Ai, ódio. Seu Balo.
The verdict was decisive: guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity. The tribunal sentenced him to death, and he was executed by hanging on October 24th in the courtyard of Pankrak prison in Prague. After his execution, Galowage's body was buried in an unmarked grave at Pankrak Cemetery, a common practice for condemned Nazi figures. The decision not to identify his final resting place stemmed from the fear that his grave could become a shrine for sympathizers of the fallen regime. This swift and anonymous burial was carried out without ceremony, in line with the effort to erase any trace of his image from public memory. Specific details of the burial were kept secret. Czech authorities minimally documented the process, leaving an information void that over time became fertile ground for rumors and conspiracy theories. Although there is no official evidence to support the idea that his remains were exhumed or moved, persistent rumors suggest they might have been destroyed to ensure no physical trace of his existence remained. Galowage's case highlights the complexity of managing historical memory after World War II. On one hand, there was the need for justice for the atrocities committed. On the other, authorities had to take measures to prevent any possible resurgence of extremism. In this context, the decision to bury him in an unmarked grave and keep the burial secret reflected a pragmatic approach to dealing with his legacy. In the years following the war, researchers and journalists have tried to reconstruct the events related to prominent Nazi figures like Galwage. However, in his specific case, the lack of documentation and the deliberately clandestine nature of his burial have hampered these efforts. Most attempts to locate his grave or verify theories about the body have been unsuccessful, leaving many questions unanswered. The final resting place of Albert Speer: secrets and speculations after his burial. Albert Speer, German architect and politician, died on September 1st, 1981, in London, England, due to complications related to a recently diagnosed cancer. Having held a prominent position in the Nazi regime as the chief architect and later as Minister of Armaments, he spent his final years publishing books and reflecting on his role in the Third Reich. However, what happened after his death with his mortal remains and burial has been a subject of historical interest and speculation. After his death, his family and close associates organized a private ceremony. Despite his notoriety, any significant public manifestation that could be interpreted as a glorification of his image was avoided. His burial reflected his life after his conviction, discreet, with a deliberate effort to maintain a low profile. Speer was buried in Bergfriedhof Heidelberg, a cemetery not far from cities like Mannheim. Despite this choice, the exact location of his grave was known but kept under strict discretion. They did not want it to become widely public. The decision was consistent with a widespread policy in Germany and other countries that had suffered German occupation, to deny any physical space that could serve as a symbol of support for the National Socialist ideology. No ostentatious tombstone or any other marker that could draw attention was erected. According to available reports, Albert's grave did not differ from the others in the cemetery, making it difficult to identify its precise location. This secrecy also reflected Speer's desire to maintain a low profile after his release in 1966, and his family's insistence on avoiding controversy. In the following years, rumors and speculations arose about the fate of his remains. Some suggested that they might have been secretly exhumed and relocated elsewhere. These theories, however, lacked concrete evidence. Others speculated that the burial in Bergfriedhof Heidelberg was a facade, and that Speer might have been buried in a completely different location. But the lack of official records available to the public has left these claims in the realm of speculation. Despite the precautions, interest in his figure continued after his death. His memoirs, especially Inside the Third Reich, published during his lifetime, generated academic and public debates. He tried to portray himself in life as a repentant technocrat, detached from the most atrocious political decisions of the regime, although his responsibility as Minister of Armaments and his use of forced labor contradicted this image. In fact, it was historians who began to dismantle that image that the deceased tried to project. arguing that Speer had been aware and complicit in many aspects of the Nazi regime. This occurred mainly in the 1990s, a time when the Cold War had ended, and the idea of clarifying many aspects of the former communist countries intensified. The funeral of a butcher, the last goodbye to Reinhard Heydrich. After his death on June 4, 1942, as a result of an attack carried out by members of the Czechoslovak resistance, Reinhard Heydrich was buried with honors in a ceremony marked by the magnitude of his figure within the Nazi structure. The official's funeral took place 5 days after his physical departure in Berlin, at the Reich Chancellery. The ceremony was imbued with symbolism and pomp. High-ranking government officials, including Adolf Hitler, attended the event to pay tribute to one of the main architects of the Holocaust and protector of the regime in the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. Wagner's funeral march was played, underscoring his position as a key figure in that framework. However, the tone of the ceremony was not without reproaches, as Hitler expressed his frustration over what he considered Heydrich's imprudent mistake of not travelling with greater protection. Reinhard's initial burial took place in a prominent area within Berlin, the Invalids Cemetery, receiving great military honours. But this final resting place would not remain his definitive resting place. Germany's defeat, which occurred 3 years later, brought a radical change in the perception and handling of the remains of prominent Nazi leaders. The Soviet authorities, who occupied Berlin after the regime's collapse, took measures to prevent any kind of posthumous glorification of figures like him. Reports from the time indicate that the tombstone and his name were removed. This act had a clear purpose: to erase any physical trace that could serve as a reference point for those seeking to exalt his legacy. In the following years, rumours and speculations arose about Heydrich's whereabouts. Some historians have suggested that additional investigations into his body might have been carried out, partly to confirm his identity and analyse the exact circumstances of his death. However, these details lack official confirmation due to the destruction of many documents during the chaos of the war's end and the Allied occupation. Over time, his image has been the subject of analysis and debates. In Prague and Lidice, monuments have been erected to commemorate both the regime's victims and the acts of resistance that defined that era. In February 2000, a far-left group known as Autonomen Totengräber attempted to desecrate the tomb located in the Invalids Cemetery. This group had carried out similar actions in the past, including the opening of the tomb of Nazi officer Horst Wessel, where they claimed to have thrown his skull into the Spree River, although this claim was denied by the police. During the early morning of the attempt, the activists headed to Heydrich's grave. Despite their efforts, there are no clear records indicating whether they managed to access it or if anything was taken. A second attempt occurred on December 12th, 19 years later. That day, a new robbery attempt at the tomb was discovered. Cemetery workers found a hole at the resting site, leading the police to launch an investigation. Although the tomb had been opened, nothing was taken from Heydrich's mortal remains. Subsequently, the police confirmed that the perpetrators of the robbery attempt were not identified, and there are no suspects in the investigation. From commander to prisoner, the life and death of Karl Dönitz. During World War II, Karl Dönitz stood out as a military leader and commander of the Kriegsmarine, overseeing the strategy of the German submarines, known as U-boats. At the end of the war, he briefly assumed the role of head of state. Contrary to what one might think, his tenure was short-lived. Just a few days later, Germany unconditionally surrendered. Captured by Allied forces, he was tried at the Nuremberg trials and sentenced to 10 years in prison for war crimes. After serving his sentence at Spandau prison, he was released in 1956. Dönitz retired to the small town of Aulmühle near Hamburg, where he spent the rest of his days in relative tranquility, writing books and defending his role during the war. On Christmas Eve 1980, he died from a heart attack. His remains were buried in the Aulmühle cemetery, where he had also lived after his release. The burial was a private ceremony organized by his immediate family. The choice to bury Karl in Aulmühle was not coincidental. After his release, he had lived there discreetly, avoiding the spotlight. His later years were marked by
Zomerdier. Concentratie en downloading van de Leeuwse boerderij. Ik vind het geweldig. Door diabetesbeheer kon ook vaak niet meedoen met de wet. Maar om die tot 5 werd samen met mijn sensor om het binnen bereik te houden en meerdere injecties per
May 1945. Berlin is burning, and the Allies are opening the gates of the concentration camps. Amid that chaos, something happens that no intelligence service in the world is able to explain. The men who built the most sophisticated extermination system in history disappear. The head of the Gestapo leaves Hitler's bunker and is never seen again. The engineer who designed the gas chambers of Auschwitz vanishes in Prague, leaving behind 4 different versions of his death. Adolf Eichmann's second in command is found dead in an American prison. Yet from the gallows, Eichmann claims that he was actually alive. The doctor who operated on his patients without anesthesia, Mauthausen, spent 30 years in Cairo while the Mossad searched for him in South America. Hitler's favorite commando, the man who rescued Mussolini from the Apennines, ends up working as a Mossad agent in Spain. 19 men, 19 unsolved cases. In this documentary, we reveal the most disturbing disappearances of the Third Reich, the men who built the Holocaust and were never found. Heinrich Müller. On May 1st, 1945, the head of the Gestapo disappeared from the Reich Chancellery in Berlin. No one saw him leave, no one saw him die. He was the highest-ranking Nazi official still active until the regime's final moments. The man who had controlled for 6 years every network, every clandestine route, and every forged document system operated by the SS across Europe. And he vanished in the burning city without leaving a single verifiable trace. Heinrich Müller headed the Gestapo from 1939 until that day. 150,000 agents were under his direct command. His signature authorized the execution of 76 Allied officers captured after escaping from the camp at Sagan. He attended the Wannsee Conference, and from that day onward his department managed, alongside Eichmann, every transport convoy, every list, and every destination. What distinguished Müller from the other leaders of the Reich was that he was not a Nazi ideologue. He was an anti-communist police official from Munich, whom Himmler recruited because of his efficiency. And he did not join the party until he had no other choice. In his hands, extermination became an administrative procedure. That cold detachment proved to be his greatest asset when the end came. On the night of April 29th, he coordinated the interrogation of Hermann Fegelein, an SS general and Eva Braun's brother-in-law, in the basement of the Chancellery. Fegelein had been arrested while attempting to desert with forged documents and a suitcase full of foreign currency. Müller conducted the interrogation until Hitler signed the execution order. Fegelein was taken to the garden and executed. It was the last documented action involving Müller in the presence of another person. The following day, Hitler took his own life. Berlin was burning, and Müller disappeared. His lover, the Berliner Anne Schmid, had seen him for the last time on April 24th, 7 days before the end. His secretary, Barbara Helmuth, never heard from him again. Pilot Hans Bauer later stated that Müller had told him during those days that he knew exactly how the Soviets operated and had no intention of being captured alive by them. When Soviet forces seized the Chancellery on May 2nd, Müller was neither among the dead nor among the prisoners. Bormann attempted to escape through the tunnels toward Friedrichstrasse and died in the attempt. Goebbels stayed behind and died there. Müller was with neither group. He left alone at some point between April 29th and May 1st, without a single witness ever describing having seen him depart. Arthur Axmann, the head of the Hitler Youth who escaped the bunker that same night, stated that during his flight north he passed through the area near the Invalidenstrasse bridge and found the bodies of Bormann and Dr. Stumpfegger lying on the ground. He did not find Müller's body. Axmann knew Müller personally and would have been able to identify him. The body was not there. Heinz Panwitz, Müller's aide, who was captured by the Soviets and released in 1957, stated that he had seen and examined his chief's body in a Berlin basement with 2 gunshot wounds to the back. Panwitz claimed that the body had been found between the Reich Aviation Ministry and Wilhelmstrasse, in the heart of Berlin's government district, just a few blocks north of the bunker. He also said that it had been identified by the insignia on the uniform and by a service identification card with a photograph that Müller carried in the upper pocket of his tunic, and that he personally recognized it before the body was buried on the spot. That testimony, given to West German authorities after his release, was never taken into account by Allied authorities. In 1963, when the grave identified as Müller's was opened at the Standort Cemetery in Berlin, the remains of 3 different individuals were discovered. None of them was Müller. British and American authorities searched Anne Schmid's home twice and found nothing indicating that Müller was still alive. With the onset of the Cold War, American intelligence services concluded that Müller was dead and closed the active case file. Eichmann, from his cell in Jerusalem while awaiting execution, told the Israeli judges that, in his opinion, Müller had survived the war. The most persistent theory within Western intelligence circles was that Müller had handed over the Gestapo's entire informant network to the Soviet NKVD in exchange for protection, drawing on his previous experience dismantling the Soviet espionage network known as the Red Orchestra, and that he later died in Moscow in 1952. This theory was taken seriously by the German Federal Intelligence Service for decades. The reason was operational. If Müller had indeed provided the Soviets with the Gestapo's informant files in Western Europe, those records would have enabled Soviet intelligence to identify and compromise individuals in key positions within Western European governments for years. The potential damage of such a transfer, if it actually occurred, would have been enormous and could have continued long after Müller's own death. In the 1990s, another version emerged, that an elite Czechoslovak commando unit had located, captured, and executed him in a manner similar to the Mossad operation against Eichmann. None of these theories was ever supported by material evidence. Johannes Tuchel, director of the German Resistance Memorial Center in Berlin, later presented documents placing Müller's body in a mass grave at the Jewish cemetery on Große Hamburger Straße in the Mitte district, the very cemetery that the Gestapo had dismantled in 1943 to turn into a logistical base, destroying gravestones and exhuming remains with the same bureaucratic efficiency with which Müller managed everything else. Upon learning of this theory, the president of the Central Council of Jews in Germany declared, "The idea that one of the most brutal Nazis is buried in a Jewish cemetery is madness. The body has never been exhumed. The man who knew better than anyone in Europe how to make a person disappear ultimately disappeared himself without anyone ever being able to determine how." To this day, Müller remains, in the intelligence records of 4 countries, the highest-ranking Nazi official whose fate has never been conclusively established. Hans Kammler. During the first week of May 1945, Hans Kammler disappeared in the vicinity of Prague. He was the SS officer who had designed the gas chambers of Auschwitz-Birkenau, and who, 2 years later, had overseen the launch of V-2 missiles against London. He controlled the Reich's largest cache of secret weapons technology, and he died, according to 4 different versions that contradict one another, in 4 different locations on the same day. No body was ever produced. No judicial investigation was ever opened. Kammler arrived in Prague at the end of April with 500 missile technicians evacuated from Germany. Among them were some of the most important engineers of the V-2 program, the same men who, months later, would form the core of the American space program under the leadership of Werner von Braun in Huntsville, Alabama. Kammler had ordered them moved south before the Allies arrived, apparently intending to use them as bargaining chips in a negotiation that either never materialized or took place under circumstances that no one has ever officially confirmed. On April 26th, a Junkers aircraft departed Prague for Barcelona, carrying SS passengers whose identities the Spanish government never disclosed. Kammler was in Prague that week. Princess Ingeborg Alix of Schaumburg-Lippe, a member of the SS Female Auxiliary Corps, stated in letters written during the 1950s that Kammler had said goodbye to her in Prague on May 7th, telling her that the Americans had approached him with offers that he had rejected and that they would never take him alive. The US 12th Army launched an investigation and responded months later that Kammler had last been seen in the Harz region during the first days of April, weeks before any of the accounts concerning his death in Prague. The 4 versions of his death, Heinz Zeuner, Kammler's assistant, stated that Kammler took cyanide near Prague on May 9th and that he personally examined the body. Another witness placed him delivering a farewell speech to his staff before walking alone into the forest carrying a pistol. A third version describes him being killed in combat against Czech forces. The final account claims that he was executed by his own men on Himmler's orders to prevent someone with such knowledge from falling alive into Allied hands. A German judge later declared him legally dead at the request of his wife, based on the testimony of his chauffeur. The chauffeur never presented a body to any authority. A former official of the United States Office of Strategic Services stated decades later that Kammler had been brought to North America, interrogated for years under total isolation, and had died on American soil without ever facing judicial proceedings. Declassified Office of Strategic Services documents suggested that Kammler had been the target of a secret American extraction operation during the final days of the war. Kammler possessed simultaneous knowledge of two technologies that the post-war superpowers desperately needed: the design of the extermination facilities at Auschwitz and the complete V-2 missile program, the starting point of the space race. Werner von Braun arrived in the United States and was welcomed as a national hero. Kammler was the SS authority who made that possible, using to build the rockets the same prisoners who died in the facilities he had designed at Birkenau. His disappearance removed the only man who could have been prosecuted for that direct connection. In 1997, the German government officially declared Kammler dead without resolving the contradictions among the four competing accounts. That declaration was an administrative act, not a forensic conclusion. Martin Bormann. At 10 o'clock on the night of May 1st, 1945, Martin Bormann put on a dark leather overcoat over his SS general's uniform, tucked a copy of Hitler's political testament and a copy of his last will under his arm, and left the bunker. Accompanying him were SS physician Ludwig Stumpfegger, Hitler Youth leader Arthur Axmann, State Secretary Werner Naumann, and Hitler's personal pilot Hans Bauer. They descended into the subway tunnels and walked to Friedrichstrasse station, where they emerged onto the surface. Berlin was burning. The sky glowed red from the fires. They attempted to cross the River Spree via the Weidendammer Bridge, crouching behind a Panzer Tiger tank moving in the same direction. The tank was struck by a Soviet artillery shell. Erich Kempka, Hitler's chauffeur, who was advancing on foot alongside the armored vehicle, saw Bormann and Stumpfegger thrown through the air by the blast. He believed they had been killed. That was the testimony he gave months later at Nuremberg. Axmann, who was farther behind, gave a different account. According to his version, Bormann and Stumpfegger survived the explosion, crossed the river on a third attempt, and walked with him along the railway tracks toward Lehrte station. At the station, Axmann took a different route from the rest of the group. Shortly afterward, he encountered a Soviet patrol and was forced to turn back. When he returned to the area where he had separated from his companions, he found two bodies on a bridge near the station's rail yard, which he identified as Bormann and Stumpfegger. According to Axmann, neither man showed any gunshot wounds. He believed they had bitten down on cyanide capsules when they realized escape was impossible. Two direct witnesses, two versions that do not place the deaths in the same location or attribute them to the same cause. Kempka saw them die on the Weidendammer Bridge. Axmann found them dead near Lehrte station, several hundred meters away. That contradiction became the first gap through which the theory that Bormann had survived would persist for decades. In the months that followed, postal worker Albert Krumnau told German police that the Soviets had ordered him to bury two bodies found near the railway bridge by Lehrte station. His colleague Wagenthal found an SS medical booklet on one of the bodies identifying its owner as Stumpfegger. Wagenthal handed the booklet to his superior, who in turn delivered it to the Soviets. The Soviets destroyed it. The body lying next to Stumpfegger's was never identified. Wagenthal later wrote to Stumpfegger's wife, informing her that her husband was buried on the grounds of number 63 Invalidenstrasse. Authorities ordered an excavation at the site. They found nothing. For decades, investigations into Bormann's fate produced a flood of theories and false sightings in Argentina, Chile, Paraguay, and Brazil. One witness claimed he had been aboard a German submarine that reached the South American coast in May 1945. Another insisted he had seen him on a ranch in Brazil's Mato Grosso region. The intelligence services of 4 countries maintained active files on his whereabouts. When the Israeli Mossad captured Eichmann in Buenos Aires, it hoped the operation would also lead to Bormann. It led nowhere. During construction work near Leerter station, workers discovered two skeletons in a trench. Fritz Echtmann, the dentist who had treated Bormann before the war, identified the dental crowns that he himself had fitted. West Germany officially declared Bormann dead. The theories of his survival did not disappear. DNA extracted from the bones and compared with samples from one of Bormann's nieces confirmed the identification. The remains were cremated, and the ashes were scattered in the Baltic Sea. The most powerful man in Hitler's inner circle after Hitler himself had died on the streets of Berlin on the night of the escape, and it took the world more than 50 years to confirm it. Walter Rolf.
Het is haar bijna vrijdag. Koop 5 boxers. Sokken. T-shirts. Als we hebben. En als je wilt, is auto gepakt. Aan de vrijdag. Ga je niet dat we een auto nog moeten verkopen?
Oh nee, advertentie, bellen, al die stress.
Het werkt beter bij wijkopenauto's.nl. Hier verkoop je snel en gemakkelijk. Voer gewoon je autogegevens in en krijg je de beste verkoopprijs. En verkoop gemakkelijk in dezelfde filiaal. Krijg nu jouw prijs op wijkopenauto's.nl.
On April 30th, 1945, Walter Rolf surrendered to American officers in Milan. Upon his arrest, he stated that the surrender agreement had been coordinated in advance with a captain in the United States Army and that Alan Dulles, the head of the Office of Strategic Services, operating out of Bern, could confirm it. He spent 19 months as a prisoner in the detention camp at Rimini before someone facilitated his escape. In December 1946, Ralph escaped from Rimini with the help of a priest from Naples. He arrived in Rome, where the pro-Nazi Bishop Alois Hudal sheltered him under the alias Dr. Holmesy in Vatican-controlled convents for nearly 2 years. From Rome, he coordinated the transfer of his family, who had escaped from the Soviet occupation zone in Germany. In July 1948, the Chief of Staff of the Syrian Army sent a captain to Rome to recruit intelligence specialists. Ralph accepted. He arrived in Damascus with his family and became an intelligence advisor to the Syrian government. At the same time, he worked for British MI6, which made use of his knowledge of security networks throughout the Middle East. The Syrian regime fell just months later in a coup d'etat. Ralph was deported to Lebanon. Back in Rome, Mossad agent Shalavet Fryer hired him to prepare a report on the Syrian armed forces and Damascus's efforts to build a nuclear facility. The inventor of the SS gas vans wrote that report for Israeli intelligence. According to the Israeli agents themselves, his anti-Semitic past was precisely what allowed him to move through the Arab world without arousing suspicion. In 1949, he crossed the Atlantic. He passed through Argentina and Uruguay before arriving in Ecuador, where he worked for the local subsidiaries of Mercedes-Benz, Opel, and an American pharmaceutical company. In Ecuador, he met a young Ecuadorian army officer named Augusto Pinochet, who was undergoing training in that country. In October 1958, he arrived in Chile. He settled first in Punta Arenas and later in Santiago under his own name, making no attempt to conceal it. He managed a fishing company and an import business. The Chilean police arrested him at the request of West Germany. The Supreme Court of Chile denied the extradition request. The crimes were considered time-barred under Chilean law. He was released. When Pinochet carried out his coup d'etat in September 1973, Ralph advised the National Intelligence Directorate, the regime's secret police, for several months. The interrogation methods he had learned while managing security networks during the war were passed on to Pinochet's agents. In 1972, a German prosecutor questioned him in Santiago about the extermination of Jews in Poland and Russia. When asked whether he had ever had doubts about the use of gas vans, he replied that his main concern had been the psychological well-being of his soldiers. He died of natural causes in Santiago on May 14, 1984. No court had ever put him on trial. Alois Brunner. Alois Brunner, the deportation specialist whom Eichmann called his best man, arrived in Damascus after the war with false documents and a proven method. In every occupied country where he had operated, Brunner had perfected a deportation system that minimized resistance from the target population. In Greece, he organized deportations by initially convincing Jewish community leaders that the deportation was a labor relocation. In France, he accelerated the pace of deportations from Drancy by eliminating the internal Jewish organizations that had slowed the process under his predecessors. That operational knowledge of how to eliminate organized resistance was exactly what the Assad regime needed to build its apparatus of repression. Brunner arrived in Damascus under the identity of Georg Fischer. Syrian government authorities not only granted him refuge, but also assigned him advisory roles in organizing the regime's intelligence and repression apparatus. From Syria, the man who had coordinated the deportation of more than 130,000 people to extermination camps was never handed over to any jurisdiction. He survived 2 assassination attempts involving letter bombs and eventually disappeared without any official record of when or how he died. The first letter bomb sent to his post office box in Damascus left him blind in one eye. The second blew off 3 fingers of his left hand. Brunner survived both attacks and remained in Damascus. France sentenced him to death in absentia on 2 occasions. Germany issued international arrest warrants. Israeli Mossad kept an active file on him for decades. The Syrian government ignored every extradition request. In 1985, 2 German journalists traveled to Syria with a camera hidden inside a wristwatch and photographed him in a downtown apartment at the age of 73, still using the name Georg Fischer. With his left hand visible in the frame, the missing 3 fingers were clearly identified. That was the last known image of Brunner alive. In November 2014, the Simon Wiesenthal Center received information from a former German intelligence agent who had operated in the Middle East. Brunner had been buried in Damascus without an official death certificate or an exact location of the grave. A second journalistic investigation led to his death in 2001. The 2 dates coexist without either having been confirmed by any official body. French, German, and Israeli investigations requested confirmation of his death at different times. The Syrian government did not respond to any of them. The Israeli Mossad, which had organized the capture of Eichmann in Buenos Aires in 1960, and the letter bomb attacks against Brunner in Damascus did not attempt a kidnapping operation in Syria. The same logic that protected Brunner for decades was what prevented his capture. He was too valuable to Damascus for anyone to be able to remove him from there. The chain that links the Drancy camp to the basements of Damascus has his name as its central link. In one of the few interviews he granted from Syria, published by the German newspaper wachttijd in the 1980s, Brunner stated that he felt no remorse for what he had done, and that he would do it again if necessary. He also said the Jews deserved what had happened to them. That interview was published and circulated in Germany. The chaos of war made any investigation impossible. The files of the Syrian intelligence services that Brunner helped build disappeared or were destroyed during the conflict. In 1962, Austrian police issued an arrest warrant for Aribert Heim for crimes committed at Mauthausen. An informant warned him before they arrived at his clinic in Baden-Baden. Heim took his brother-in-law's Mercedes, crossed France, entered Spain, abandoned the car at the border, and continued on foot toward Morocco. His brother-in-law recovered the vehicle weeks later. That was the last documented contact with Heim in Europe. At Mauthausen, Heim had performed operations without anesthesia to time the moment of death, and injected gasoline and poison directly into the hearts of healthy prisoners to record the results. After the war, he worked as a gynecologist in Baden-Baden for 15 years under his own name. The Simon Wiesenthal Center placed him on its list of the 10 most wanted Nazis in the world, and offered a reward of 150,000 euros. For no other fugitive did it offer a higher sum. From Morocco, he moved on to Egypt. In Cairo, he adopted the name Tarek Hussein Farid, learned Arabic, converted to Islam, and worked as a doctor for the Egyptian police. His son Rudiger visited him several times from the mid-1970s onward, and took care of him after a cancer operation in 1990. Until then, Rudiger had publicly stated to journalists and investigators that he had no contact with his father and did not know whether he was still alive. While his son denied knowing his whereabouts, Heim was living in a hotel in downtown Cairo. For nearly in 1945, with the Red Army advancing from the east, Friedrich Wachttijd ordered the evacuation of the Janowska camp westward on foot. Prisoners who were unable to march were executed on the spot. Those who survived the forced march were intercepted en route by SS officers arriving from Krakow, who killed additional prisoners and redistributed the survivors among different camps. Among those survivors was Simon Rudsel, who was transferred to Kwasha, then to Gross Rosen, then to Buchenwald, and finally to Mauthausen. Warsaw and Wiesenthal separated on that road in January 1945. The man who had just lost his most famous prisoner continued westward with his 200 SS men. In March 1945, Warsaw was assigned to the Neuengamme concentration camp near Hamburg. He arrived at the worst possible moment for any SS officer trying to go unnoticed. The final weeks of Neuengamme were chaotic. In April, camp authorities received orders to destroy evidence, executed the last resisting prisoners, and loaded more than 9,000 prisoners on ships in the Lübeck Bay, which British aircraft bombed under the assumption that they were carrying retreating German troops. 7,000 prisoners were killed in that attack. During the same period, Warsaw disappeared from the Neuengamme records. What he did between that moment and his arrival in Cairo is what no subsequent investigation has been able to reconstruct with precision. The route runs from Neuengamme to Italy through the network of Catholic clergy operating across the Alps, with stops at monasteries in South Tyrol and Lorano and Bolzano, eventually reaching Rome or Genoa to board a ship. Warsaw followed that route. His first documented destination was Cairo. From that point onward, investigations diverged, some accounts placing him in Argentina, others report him as having died in Egypt at an unknown date, and others simply list his whereabouts as unknown. Wiesenthal, liberated at Mauthausen on May 5, 1945, included Warsaw in the first list of war criminals he handed to the American Army in those same days. The Simon Wiesenthal Center kept him among the 10 most wanted by the United Nations War Crimes Commission.
Waarom mogen zoveel mensen in kampen staan die zo duur is? Omdat hier niet militair kampen staan, die kampen staan 20% rotsjagelijk is. Door die dat vuur aan het oppervlak heeft, besloot verkeerd is veel duurder. Hier niet militair kampen staan, in mijn huidige vestigerijen en online.
Zelfs de Amerikaanse bedieningen is makkelijk iets duizend vinden en overal in huis. Dit is gewoon niet. In de toekomst is het school, maar anders dan klas overvoerd of als je uren moet lopen op het geval, meer dan 5 is dit een interessant voordeel. Jij kunt het gewoon. Geef je de toegang tot de internet. Het zijn vanuit de organisatie met alles is bezig met al de diensten van jouw actuele cijfers. Omdat je weer voor en voor de executie. En dat is het die nog moet betalen. Dat is de boekhouden. En alles is weg.
At the end of the war, Erich Radjakovic visited his former wife in Bad Aussee in the Austrian Tyrol in August 1945. He returned twice more that same year, in November and December, to settle personal matters in Vienna. After that, he disappeared. He did not use false documents or a stolen identity. He simply stopped being where the authorities were looking for him. He settled in Trieste, his hometown, and later in Milan. He obtained, through a decree from the Graz court, legal authorization to change his surname to Raja. From that moment on, he was Eriko Raja, Austrian businessman, respectable. Radjakovic had been Eichmann's legal expert for the Netherlands, the man who designed the bureaucratic machinery of the Dutch deportations, and whose signature authorized the first transport of Dutch Jews to the camps. And Frank was on that first transport. In the trains that followed, there were more than 100,000 people. From his office in The Hague, he coordinated the emptying of an entire community with the precision of a lawyer who knew every twist of the law and exactly how to bend it. In Milan, under the name Eriko Raja, he built an import company for metals and machinery from the communist countries of the Eastern had not committed crimes against Austrian citizens. He requested that the Italian police expel him. The Italian police refused. Rajakovic had not committed crimes against Italian citizens. Then Wiesenthal took the case to Corriere della Sera, Italy's largest newspaper. The report made the front page. The public pressure that followed achieved what the formal requests had not. As soon as Rajakovic learned that Austria was finally going to request his extradition, he fled his Milan apartment, crossed Switzerland by car, passed through Munich, and voluntarily surrendered to justice in Vienna. He calculated that turning himself in would give him better procedural conditions than being extradited. He calculated correctly. The prosecutors reduced the charge during the investigation to endangering human lives, the mildest article available, because in 2 years of investigation they had not found sufficient direct evidence to sustain the more serious charge. The Vienna court sentenced him to 2.5 years. The Dutch community of survivors who had been waiting for justice since 1945 read the verdict. Rajakovic served his sentence, was released, and died in Graz. Eichmannsman in the Netherlands lived to the age of 82. Gustav Wagner. At the end of the war, Gustav Wagner was sentenced to death in absentia. What he did was pass through Italy with false documents provided by clergy from the Teutonic College in Rome, continue on to Syria, and from there sail to Brazil. He arrived in the country on April 12, 1915. The Brazilian authorities issued him a passport under the name Punta Bento. He settled in Atibaia, a town 50 kilometers from Sao Paulo, and worked as a caretaker on a farm. For 28 years, no one searched for him there. What triggered the search was not a planned investigation, but an indiscretion by Franz Stangl, the commander of Sobibor, whom Wagner had served as deputy. When Stangl was extradited from Brazil to Germany and sentenced to life imprisonment in 1970, the state of mind during the proceedings led him to mention, without considering the consequences, that Wagner was still alive and living comfortably in Brazil. That information reached Wiesenthal. The difficulty was that the 1950 passport had an address that was no longer valid, and there was no way to locate Wagner directly. Wiesenthal then set a trap. He spread the false news that Wagner had been recognized at a gathering of Nazi sympathizers in Itatiaia, in the state of Rio de Janeiro. The story was fabricated. Wagner, upon seeing it published, believed he had been discovered and panicked. That reaction exposed him. A Brazilian journalist working for Wiesenthal tracked him down to Atibaia and confirmed his identity. On May 30th, 1978, the police arrested him. When the authorities arrested him, Wagner did not attempt to deny who he was. In an interview with the BBC the following year, he stated about his role at Sobibor, "I had no feelings." The Brazilian Supreme Court rejected the extradition requests simultaneously submitted by Israel, Austria, West Germany, and Poland. Wagner was released on Brazilian territory. The survivors of Sobibor, who had lived to testify against him, were unable to do so before any court. On October 3, 1980, Wagner was found dead in his Sao Paulo home with a stab wound to the chest. The official verdict was suicide. There were no witnesses. The Brazilian police closed the case. Stangl, the commander he had served under, was sentenced to life imprisonment and died in prison 12 hours after the verdict. Wagner, whom survivors described as more fearsome than Stangl himself, who made lethal decisions personally and directly without delegating, died in his home without ever standing trial before a court. Himmler had personally promoted him during a visit to Sobibor in February 1943. The man who shook his hand that day at the camp lived to the age of 69 in a town in the state of Sao Paulo. Carl Fritz. ordered the first mass gassing experiment in Block 11 of the camp, involving 600 Soviet prisoners of war and 250 Soviet prisoners. Our stated at the referred that the idea of using Zyklon B for mass extermination was not his, but Fritz's. That experiment, carried out in the absence of the camp commander, determined the method that would be extended across the entire camp system of the Reich. Fritz also ordered the execution of the priest Maximilian Convent, who had voluntarily offered to die in place of another prisoner. He subjected him to starvation, and when he took too long to die, ordered his execution by phenol injection. In October 1943, an internal SS court prosecuted him in Flossenburg for corruption and also accused him of murder for prisoner deaths that exceeded the orders he had received. As punishment, he was demoted and transferred to the front, to the 18th Waffen-SS Grenadier Replacement Battalion. That transfer to the front is what erased his trail. He was removed from the administrative system of the camps and became just another combat officer among millions in sectors where military records were massively destroyed during the retreat. When the Reich collapsed and the Allies searched for those responsible for the extermination system, Fritsch had been outside any centralized record system for more than a year. The British Military Intelligence Service, MI6, captured Fritsch in Norway. Captain Charles Arnold Baker, an MI6 officer stationed in Oslo at the end of the war, wrote the following. We picked up, for example, the deputy commander of Auschwitz, a rather insignificant little man named Fritsch, whom we naturally placed in the custody of a Jewish guard, with strict instructions not to harm him, of course. If Arnold Baker was telling the truth, Fritsch was captured in Norway by the British. What happened after that handover, to whom he was transferred, under what jurisdiction, whether he was prosecuted or simply disappeared into the post-war detention system, is not recorded in any verbatim classified archive. The British government never confirmed his detention. The Allied War Crimes Commission did not list Fritsch among its detainees. Lorenz Hackenholt. At the end of the war in Italy, in May 1945, Lorenz Hackenholt disappeared in the chaos of the surrender of German units in the north of the country. The last verified location places him at the Risiera di San Saba concentration camp in Trieste, where he had been stationed since late 1943, coordinating operations against Yugoslav partisans. When retreating SS units crossed into Austria, his comrades from Einsatz R stated they had seen him on the road toward Kirlach, driving the horse-drawn milk cars that he had stolen in an improvised attempt to escape. This is the final image that closes the documented trail of the man who built and operated the gas chambers of Belzec, Sobibor, and Treblinka. Hackenholt had designed the system of Belzec, 3 sealed barrels connected to the exhaust of a dismantled Soviet tank engine. Above the entrance he placed a sign reading Hackenholt Foundation, with geranium pots on either side of the door. With this system, he eliminated more than 50,000 people in a single month between mid-March and mid-April 1942. Hitler considered him one of the most meritorious men of Operation Reinhardt. In 1944, he was awarded the Iron Cross, second class, for his services. In the summer of 1945, a former SS colleague named Rudolf Kahn appeared at Hackenholt's wife's home in Berlin. He told her he came on behalf of her husband and that he needed civilian clothes for him. The wife handed over the clothes. That was the last known communication between Hackenholt and anyone in his circle. Based on the wife's application, a Berlin court declared him legally dead on April 1st, 1954, with an official date of death of December 31st, 1945. The legal declaration of death did not close the case. West German authorities launched a formal investigation that lasted 4 years. They searched the homes of Hackenholt's mother and wife, interrogated friends and wartime comrades, and examined more than 90,000 records of individuals with similar names, ages, or professions. They also reviewed regional civil registries in search of license applications. In 1961, they identified Hermann Erich Bauer, another SS member who had served in the Operation Reinhardt camps. Bauer stated under interrogation that Hackenholt had definitively survived the war because he himself had seen him in 1946 near Ingolstadt, Bavaria, 1 year after his official death. There was also a circulating version that Hackenholt had died in Italy in 1945, executed by partisans to whom he had previously sold weapons stolen from German depots. Eric Krieger. 1944, Eric Priebke supervised the execution of 335 people in the abandoned quarries of the Ardeatine Caves, 14 kilometers south of Rome. German army trucks had collected them that morning from various prisons across the city. There were condemned partisans, prevented detainees, 75 Jews awaiting deportation, and suspects of minor crimes who were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Priebke carried a list. As they entered the caves, he crossed off names. When all 335 were inside, the SS opened fire. Afterward, Priebke ordered the entrance blown up with explosives to seal the interior. The following day, the German authorities issued an official communique presenting the operation as retaliation for a partisan attack that had killed 32 German soldiers the previous day. The ratio was 10 Italians for every German killed. At the end of the war, Priebke was captured by the British and sent to a prisoner of war camp in Rimini. He escaped with false documents provided by priests from South Tyrol and a network of ecclesiastical contacts that brought him to Berlin, where he received a Red Cross passport. He reached Argentina and settled in Buenos Aires under a false name, working as a waiter in a beer hall near the Turin station. When the Peronist government issued an amnesty for those who had entered the country under false identities, Priebke recovered his real name and moved to San Carlos de Bariloche in Patagonia, Argentina, where the German community had had a historical presence since before the war. In Bariloche, he worked as head chef at the Hotel Cathedral, later as manager of the Hotel Bella Vista, and eventually opened his own German specialty chef called Vienna Delicatessen. He became president of the German-Argentine Cultural Association for years and one of the promoters of the local German school. His neighbors knew him as Don Eligo. No one in Bariloche asked too many questions about his past. Two tourists who recognized him at the Hotel Bella Vista warned the owner that this very proper man was a war criminal. The owner knew nothing. The American journalist Sam Donaldson of ABC traveled to Bariloche and interviewed him in the library of the German school. Priebke spoke on camera without refusing or concealing his identity. He confirmed that he had been at the Ardeatine Caves. He said he was following orders. The interview was broadcast to the United States, and the impact was immediate. Argentina arrested him. Italy requested his extradition. The legal process lasted for years. Argentina granted the extradition. An Italian military court acquitted him due to the statute of limitations. The decision triggered riots in Rome. The court was surrounded by protesters who prevented Priebke from leaving the building for hours, and the ruling was overturned. In a second trial, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Due to his advanced age, he served his sentence under house arrest in an apartment in Rome. He died in Rome at the age of 100. Until the end, he denied having committed any crime. In his will, he asked to be buried next to his wife in Bariloche. Argentina refused the transfer of his remains. No cemetery in Italy, Germany, or Argentina agreed to accept his coffin. It remained for several days in a funeral home in Rome before his lawyers found a place where he could be buried, whose location was not made public. Wilhelm Schieffi.
Normale prijs €1. Op tijd, zak de snippers kopen. En tijd, zak de snippers mee naar huis nemen. Nee, elke dag nog. Zie jij de fiets voor €1,70. Spaar, €0. Zolang de kosten op voorraad zijn. Daarna bestellen we ook. Normaal, altijd vast de lage prijzen.
On March 31st, 1945,
Wilhelm Schickli disappeared from the records of the ISSS and police leader in Ostland in Riga. The Baltic front was collapsing, and the Red Army was advancing through Estonia and Latvia, cutting off the retreat routes. His wife, who was living with their 2 children in Bergedorf, south of Hamburg, considered him killed in action from that moment onward. Decades later, the Düsseldorf prosecutor's office opened an investigation into his crimes in Neuengamme. It did not find the man. Schickli had been a plumber's apprentice when he joined the SS. 11 years later, he was the officer responsible for the custody of prisoners in the Reich's most important concentration camps, always holding the same position but in different settings: guard at Esterlegen, reporting officer at Sachsenhausen, deputy head of custody at Buchenwald, and finally first Schutzablageführer at Neuengamme, the officer with direct authority over the daily life of every prisoner in the camp. At Neuengamme, his duties included controlling working conditions, rations, the disciplinary regime, and selections. Of the more than 106,000 prisoners who passed through Neuengamme and its 80 subcamps, more than 42,000 died. Schickli was the first head of custody of the main camp during the period when the system was being established. When Neuengamme became a pilot project for integrating forced labor into the armaments industry, Schickli took command. In Wolfsburg, next to the Volkswagen automobile factory facilities, he ran the Arbeitsdorf camp, where prisoners from Neuengamme, Sachsenhausen, and Buchenwald produced armaments under conditions designed to ensure maximum output before physical exhaustion. When that project was shut down, he was assigned to the Jewish camp within the SS training area at Heidelager in Denmark, in southern Poland, where he remained as commandant until he was transferred to Ostend. Each transfer responded to the operational needs of the system. The cumulative result was that survivor testimonies from each installation did not coincide with the same place or period, and the investigators who reconstructed his trajectory had to coordinate files from 7 camps across 4 countries with different legal systems, without any of those files being able to close the judicial process. From Riga, amid the collapse of the Baltic front, Schickli disappeared. Military records classified him as missing in action. The Baltic front was one of the sectors where German archives were most heavily destroyed during the retreat, and where the distinction between killed in action and fugitives who took advantage of the chaos to disappear was practically impossible to establish. The Düsseldorf prosecutor's investigation in the 1960s searched for him without success. His wife never heard from him again. Edward Deisenhofer. On January 31st, 1945, Edward Deisenhofer was travelling in a staff car along the road to Pomerania toward Arnswalde. He was on his way to take command of the 15th SS Grenadier Division, a formation of Latvian volunteers trapped in the sector, while the Red Army carried out the Vistula-Oder offensive, the largest Soviet offensive operation in history. On that day, Soviet armoured spearheads were operating with complete freedom along the roads of Pomerania, cutting supply routes and attacking German vehicles with no air resistance to stop them. A Soviet ground attack aircraft located the staff car. The driver was killed on impact. The aide was killed on impact. The unit report of the destination in Arnswald recorded that Deisenhofer never arrived. That is all that is known about the exact moment. What came after it is absence. Soviet records from that sector did not include the capture of any senior SS colonel on that road that day. Allied intelligence records do not list him among Waffen-SS officers prosecuted after the war. The 15th Latvian Volunteer Division waited for him in Arnswalde and recorded his absence and continued without him. There was no body identification, because in that sector at that time, the Soviet advance was so rapid and the chaos so total that bodies on the roads of Pomerania were not collected or identified for days or weeks. The front was moving too quickly for any procedure. The ambiguity of the Deisenhofer case lies precisely there. An officer travelling alone in a staff car toward a command post in a collapsing sector, attacked by an aircraft that no one else saw, with 2 witnesses to the attack who died in it, with no recovered body and no fixed position where he could be searched for. In that same sector, in those same weeks, dozens of Waffen-SS and SS administrative officers took advantage of the collapsing front to abandon their uniforms, assume civilian identities, and dissolve into the stream of refugees moving westward. The road to Arnswald passed through areas where that kind of transition was operationally possible. Deisenhofer held SS number 3642 from October 1st, 1930.
when the organization had barely more than 2,000 members across all of Germany. He had served in Dachau during the period when the camp was establishing the procedures that would later be replicated everywhere. His unit in Poland, the SS Totenkopf Standarte Oberbayern, was the same one that later executed 97 British prisoners of war in the courtyard of a farmhouse in the Paradis after their surrender, machine-gunned, with 2 survivors crawling among the bodies. He fought in the Damiens pocket in Normandy, in the Saar, and in the Moselle, where he was wounded and sent to Berlin to recover. Promoted on January 1st, 1945, he received his final order 30 days later. The unit awaiting his arrival in Arnsburg never learned what happened to him. Neither did any subsequent investigation. Walter Kutschmann. In 1945, Walter Kutschmann left the front lines, deserted and crossed into Spain. In Vigo, he assumed the identity of Pedro Ricardo Olmo Andres, a priest from Ciudad Real who had died during the Spanish Civil War. He used genuine documents. He wore a Carmelite habit, learned to justify his German accent with a story of decades spent in the Swiss countryside, and remained in Vigo for 2 years under the protection of a network of regime sympathizers who used the Galician port as one of their main departure points to the Americas. On January 16, 1948, he boarded the Monte Alboto. Throughout the entire voyage, he was Father Olmo, having Spanish documents, and a life story he had rehearsed until it became natural. He arrived in Buenos Aires declaring that he was traveling on missionary business. Kutschmann was a Gestapo officer and directly responsible for the massacre of more than 2,000 Polish intellectuals and university professors in Berlin, as well as the execution of approximately 1,500 Jews in various operations carried out by his unit. In Argentina, he began working as a hardware store employee, later as a taxi driver, and eventually rose to become purchasing manager of the lighting company Osram. He settled in the Belgrano neighborhood of Buenos Aires, in a building where almost all the residents were of German origin. In Miramar, the Atlantic seaside resort that served as a meeting point for Buenos Aires' Jewish community, he owned a second residence where he spent the summers. His wife, Geralda Böhmler, founded an animal protection organization there that offered city dog pounds gas chambers to eliminate stray dogs. Police and Carl notified the Argentine authorities that Pedro Ricardo Olmo was Walter Kutschmann. Interpol verified that Olmo's birth certificate and marriage record were falsified. The German judiciary issued an arrest warrant. 8 days later, it was revoked. The crimes had expired under German federal statute of limitations law. Kutschmann lost his job at Osram. He disappeared from Buenos Aires. 6 months later, journalist Alfredo Serra received an anonymous tip and travelled to Miramar with a photographer. They had a description: an old grey Mercedes Benz. Less than 2 hours after arriving, they saw him pass by. Serra published the report with photographs. Argentina did nothing. In 1982, 2 other journalists found him again in Miramar, photographed him, and distributed the images through news agencies. The photograph made the front page of several Argentine newspapers the next day. Kutschmann continued living in Miramar. Bruno Speckenbach. Between May 9th and May 12th, 1945, 189,000 German, Latvian and Estonian soldiers were taken prisoner in the Courland pocket on the Baltic coast of Latvia. Bruno Speckenbach was among them. He had been commanding the 2nd SSS Latvian Volunteer Division, a unit that fought on the Baltic front during the final months of the war. The Soviets identified him as an SS general and transferred him to a prisoner of war camp. For 10 years, no one in West Germany knew with certainty whether he was alive. The Nuremberg tribunal had convicted him in absentia, building the case on the testimony of others, because Streckenbach was not available to contradict anything. Streckenbach had been the chief of staff and administration of the Reich Security Main Office. At the end of May 1941, he travelled to Kretsch on the banks of the Elbe, where for 3 weeks he instructed, selected and indoctrinated the men of the 4 Einsatzgruppen that would follow the German army's advance into the Soviet Union. These units executed more than 1.5 million people in mass graves during the first months of the campaign. Otto Ohlendorf, commander of Einsatzgruppe D and sentenced to death at Nuremberg, testified before the tribunal that it was Streckenbach who personally conveyed the order of extermination to the commanders of all units at the Kretsch meeting. With Streckenbach was not there. On October 10, 1955, Streckenbach returned to West Germany. He left the Soviet Union on the train carrying the last German prisoners of war released as part of negotiations between Chancellor Adenauer and Moscow. He was 53 years old. Upon arrival, he did what no one expected. He denied having transmitted the extermination order and Rudsel. He stated that Ludendorff had lied in order to protect the real person responsible, whose identity he did not reveal. He claimed that other higher-ranking officers than him had been present at Kretsch, and that the order had come from above, not from him. It was his word against that of a man executed years earlier. The federal government opened an investigation. Prosecutors in Hamburg reconstructed his trajectory, took statements from surviving witnesses, and coordinated files with the Nuremberg proceedings. Formal charges were brought in Hamburg. The case was dismissed before reaching a verdict due to the defendant's health condition. Streckenbach died in Hamburg without ever being convicted. The question of who exactly transmitted the extermination order at Kretsch, the foundational moment of mass executions on the Eastern Front, has no judicial answer. Ludendorff pointed to Streckenbach. Streckenbach pointed to others. No court ever resolved the contradiction. Walter Hindley. In February 1945, with the Western Front approaching the Netherlands, Walter Hindley disappeared. His successor at the Amersfoort camp, Karl Peter Berg, was captured by the Dutch at the end of the war, tried and executed. Joseph Cortada, the camp's third commander, was sentenced to life imprisonment and died in prison. Hindley, the first, the one who established the camp's regime from the very beginning, was never found by any authority and was never prosecuted by any court. Hindley arrived in the Netherlands following the invasion of Poland and was appointed the first commander of the Amersfoort camp in August 1941. The camp was a transit and labour camp that functioned as a staging point for deportations to the east. Henrik designed it as commander from the outset. He selected the 20 SS men of the wachttijd, established the disciplinary regime, set the work routines, and determined the punishment procedures. Prisoners nicknamed him literally the blinking eye because of a visible nervous tick in his face. That nickname circulated among Dutch survivors for decades as the most accurate available description of a man whose official photograph was scarce. Physical drills designed to produce extreme exhaustion, prolonged exposure to cold during hours-long standing formations, direct executions inside the camp. Survivor testimonies converged on his image with a consistency that later investigators recognized as reliable. An illness removed him from command in March 1943. Berg took over. What made the later search impossible was not the lack of testimonies, but the absence of a clean file with which to connect them. Dutch investigators reconstructing the Amersfoort case in the 1950s found that Hinrich's SS personnel records contained inconsistencies, dates that did not match across different documents, a place of origin corresponding to more than one person with a similar name. Each international search request was carried out against a slightly incorrect identity. The National Monument of the Amersfoort camp, inaugurated decades after the war, noted in its documentation that this confusion of data had systematically invalidated all investigations. The survivors who described Hinrich with clarity, the tick, the silhouette, the methods, could not connect that description to any administrative file capable of sustaining a judicial process. The investigation was closed without result. Rolf Rudsel.
The joy of traveling well is feeling home, yet a million miles away from home, discovering new treasures, or savoring the ones you already know, not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling home. Oceanic Cruises.
August 1945, Rolf Günther was found dead in the American prison at Rudsel in Austria. The official report ruled it a voluntary death by poisoning. The case was closed. Adolf Eichmann, from his cell in Jerusalem, while awaiting execution by hanging, stated before Israeli judges that Günther had definitively survived the war and had found a way to reach some destination abroad. Both versions could not be true at the same time. Günther was the second in command in Section 4B4 of the Right-Hand Security Office, Eichmann's department responsible for coordinating deportations across occupied Europe. He had authorized signatures on memoranda ordering the transfer of entire communities to extermination camps. Eichmann described him as the embodiment of ruthlessness. Peter Wisliceny, another of Eichmann's subordinates who was captured and tried, stated in Nuremberg that Günther was the only member of the team capable of exerting real influence over Eichmann himself. When the Reich collapsed, American forces arrested him and transferred him to Rudsel. Weeks later, he was dead, according to the official report. What is not included in that report is how Günther arrived in Rudsel, or under what exact circumstances he was detained. The arrests of SS officers in Austria in May and June 1945 contained significant gaps in the documentation. The Allied identification system processed tens of thousands of detainees simultaneously with insufficient resources. In that context, a man with Günther's operational capacity, who had for years managed deportation networks across Europe, possessed direct knowledge of the mechanisms that allowed a compromised individual to disappear from the system. That knowledge had practical value in August 1945. His brother, Hans Günther, who directed deportations from Prague, was never arrested. He was killed on May 5, 1945, by Czech partisans in Prague, days before the official surrender. Odila Globoknik. On May 31, 1945, the man who had organized the extermination of 1.8 million people was captured in the pastures of Alm in Carinthia by the 4th Queen's Own Hussars of the British Army. While being transported for interrogation, he bit into a cyanide capsule he had concealed in his mouth. He died at approximately 11:30 in the morning near Paternum Castle. The village priest refused to bury his body in the cemetery. Military police buried him outside the wall without ceremony and photographed the corpse. Odila Globoknik had built the 3 extermination camps of Operation Reinhardt, Belzec extermination camp, Sobibor extermination camp, and Treblinka extermination camp. Heinrich Himmler personally assigned him the mission, and the correspondence between them regarding the performance of each facility was later presented as evidence of Nuremberg. Globoknik was not in Nuremberg. He had fled from Trieste toward Carinthia as the Italian front collapsed, reaching the pastures of Alm with his aides August Hefner-Hüfner, Ernst Blair, and Georg Wilson. He was the only one of the 4 to carry a cyanide capsule. His aides were captured alive. Bernhard Höfler, who had coordinated the railway logistics of the 3 camps, was arrested, tried decades later in Austria, and died in his cell before sentencing. Ernst Blair was prosecuted in Austria, but the trial was interrupted due to his health condition. Georg Wilson was never prosecuted. Globoknik's direct technical subordinates followed a different path. Lorenz Hackenholt, the technician who built and operated the gas chamber in the 3 camps, escaped to Italy in the summer of 1945, using the same routes of the clerical escape network that facilitated other fugitives. Friedrich Warzow reached Cairo by the same route. Hackenholt himself was last seen on a mountain road between Trieste and Tierbach, driving a stolen milk cart. Both used the routes that Globoknik did not reach. Heinrich Himmler, who had ordered him to build the camps and had written letters approving his management, was captured by the British on May 23, 1945, and committed suicide with cyanide during interrogation. In the Operation Reinhardt files that the Hussars found alongside their leader's body were the names of all of them. The files documented the system with precision. The men who operated it went further than the man who directed it. Operation Reinhardt was the only part of the Nazi extermination system deliberately designed to leave no trace. When the camps had completed their function, Globoknik ordered the facilities demolished, trees planted over the mass graves, and a farm built over Treblinka. The pits of Belzec, containing the remains of hundreds of thousands of people, were covered with earth. Operational records were destroyed. What remained was what Globoknik could not control: the memory of the few survivors who emerged alive at the Tsar's family was luggage when he was captured at Rudsel. Only a few hundred people survived the Operation Reinhard camps out of the hundreds of thousands who passed through them. Those survivors were the only witnesses capable of identifying the perpetrators by name. Their testimonies reached 24 trials. Most of the men they named were never found.
Onvoorstelbaar stormweer is de onderscheiding onderhoud en invalpolitie onderzoeksvorm. Bereid van gewerkt bij Eagles continu.
De zwaarvloer heel bij zonraden de stofconflict. Onverwacht onweerstaanbaar.
These are diaries of local frequent area. He was born on the 21st of August 1916 in Orleans. Then fled back to France and then West Prussia. On the shores of the Mystic River, for which is today located in north central Poland. Some was apprenticed in Norfolk and Osnabrück in North Australia, and like many results, he would go on to spend 6 months in the Vice Naval Service before the start of military training in early November 1947. While entering the service in the Wehrmacht as a civil engineer, building operator, and a pilot regiment, he rose through the ranks quickly, becoming under officer at the end of 1938. He was assigned as a company in the following year and was commissioned as an officer in 1940. He saw no frontline service in Canada and France, and spent the years of 1939 and 1940 training troops for the Regimental Detachment Battalion. During his service on the Eastern Front, he was decorated with both parts of the Iron Cross, the German Cross and Band, and the 10 destruction bells. His frontline service ended in December 1942, just outside of Stalingrad, and he was wounded during an attack intended to relieve the infected troops of the Polish Sixth Army. But by December 1941, he was just 24 years old and in command of a platoon of anti-35 teams. Ideally, however, he would be frontline for 300 troops who would march into the Soviet Union as part of Operation Barbarossa, the largest military invasion in history, leaving Panzer Regiment 11 with Frank on an exceptional Panzer division in Army Europe. It is true words that would receive an advantage of the unchanging and unforgiving nature of war on the Eastern Front.
In the morning at 9:30 a.m., the companies were descended on the parking square to be ready. The architects of the schoolyard of district leaders have been traveling for the last few months. Dense crowd for the center. Many school children among them have been taken off just to see us go. The students takes his report, and then the boss arrives, not too early, like the little exercises, and I report to what I do. The boss then briefly addresses the company where we are dismissed, with loud notifications. And then our trusty old Bentley Skoda 35G are going in here. The old buckets perform at my return.
In September 1939, the Germans launched their attack on Poland. In response to this act of German aggression, Great Britain and France declared war on the Nazi Union. The Second World War began. On the 17th of September 1939, the Soviet Union reorganized in Poland, sealing the country's fate. The last operational Polish unit, surrounded by 600 tank After Paris defeat, France is running the Soviet Union, divided the country in accordance with seven laws. Germany settled on Africa, which had just been signed without control. The demarcation for the partition of Germany and Central Africa and Ireland ran on the Black River. Singing blackout, Franklin signed a findings action of passing time of apartheid just 7 kilometers from the southern border. Homes were departed on the vanguard that was smashed when Alexander to pieces.
17th of June, 1941. The mood of attack is excellent. There is a bottle of champagne in my luggage which I will crack open to baptize the first attack. After playing the harmonica, Harry was sitting on the pallet and was reading a funny book, a collection of jokes, drawings, caricatures, humorous anecdotes. Whenever he reads his story, he laughs out loud while we glance at the contents of their story. But at the side, I also have to keep an eye on my society by having a look at our surroundings. The summer landscape in all its states is quite nice. The town is villages with a type of pleasure. After dusk, in a clear night, there's a technical stop, and the journey continues to a comfortable and sunset. The afternoon, also set up in the piping compartment with its ammunition boxes, luggage bags, fuel canisters, sitting in the seat on dust, right below the gun. Carry stretches out next to the fuel canisters on top of one of the axles above the engine. A wonderful standard warm greetings from the hour, open hatch, sending my wireless operator into a blissful sleep.
For Sandra, having known his father's sons, the previous year living on a common farm. In 1939 and 1939, Denmark, Canada, and likewise France had fallen. The British expedition operation and the French army had been defeated in most of Western Europe stood under the Nazi yoke. In the seconds, however, the British had a new war. One was remembered wanted, and one that had been on the cards to invent the war. The war against the Soviet Union.
1941. 7th of October, China. I'm sitting on a meadow in front of one meadow, safe from the huge swarm of mosquitoes. John and the authority of the tanks are just unbearable. We spent the rest of the night sleeping next to the tank after having taken great care to camouflage everything. Now we are trying to stow everything away properly. We are fueled up and conducting the last technical check. In the evening, the journey continues further and further east. Just like yesterday, many aircraft passed over us. This is a nice and reassuring feeling to know that in the worst case, we can always firmly count on great on the ground. 21st of June, 1941. In readiness to hit the target area. In the same moment on which the boss prepared, the dispatch rider brought the address of the leader to the soldiers of the Eastern Front. It was read out by Unteroffizier Bastel with his distinctive voice, standing in the Wiederwagen of the boss. The whole company was assembled around him. Everyone was listening eagerly. Serious faces during the first deliberations. And while his final words were read out, it was clear. The show would go ahead.
Vor der Reichskanzlei in den frühen Morgenstunden des historischen 22. Juni. Das Haus des Rundfunks. Die Übertragung der Führerproklamation über alle deutschen Sender wird vorbereitet. Ich habe mich deshalb heute entschlossen, das Schicksal, die Zukunft des deutschen Reiches und unseres Kidnapper 21, to the armed forces joint staff, with a German autonomy, ordering the three branches of the Wehrmacht to prepare an attack on the Soviet Union by no later than May 1941 in order to overthrow Soviet Russia, keeping before the end of the war against England. The undertaking was codenamed Montenegrin Barbarossa, or Case Barbarossa. It would be a military undertaking of unprecedented scale, formed with the two enormous armed groups advancing along the front line of almost 3,000 kilometers in length. The German army, and its allies, would thrust deep into the Russian heartland. Army Group North is tasked with uniting alien forces in the Baltic states, the Sea of the Baltic ports, and thereupon capture the cities of Leningrad and Kronstadt. The initial goal of Army Group Center, strongest in that half of Ukraine, was the capture of Smolensk, while Army Group South would attack the Russian southwest and southern front across Slovakia, Hungary, and Romania, with strategic goals were the advance to Volga, the conquest of Kiev, and following that, an advance into the Donetsk basin. And the successful invasions included the speed of progression. While the tip of the spear, they were hidden formed by the Panzer divisions, which would smash through the Russian lines before the English should be hundreds of kilometers of enemy territory. The commander of the platoon, the 1st Panzer Formations, was briefly 3 hands under.
The Baltic Offensive Operation, 22nd of June, 1941. Wake-up call at 2:30. It is past call. We have been molested by English. But never mind. Sunday, we make a short time. 2:50 fire, forward march. Lieutenant Schöner, platoon from front, then the boss and the heavy platoon and myself, the Leroy, Rabbit, and the Beer. As soon as the group was promised, perfect. I can't see anything at all, but I can hear that some of our guys will come. Eventually, I and my lot also reached the spot where nothing seems to be going forward anymore. It is a long, handy-type obstacle is holding the advance. Two bunkers are behind it, doing some wood and sand. Very solid work. The boss and the Panzer IV with Oberleutnant Leonhard rode up to the wood boxes and fired directly into the fire distance from a range of 5 meters or less. The fellows inside did not get out. Kicked the bunker instead. They were not broken.
Army Group North was allocated 20 infantry divisions, 3 panzer divisions, and 3 motorized infantry divisions. They were organized into 2 infantry armies, 16 military, and 1 panzer group, Panzer Group 4. Panzer Group 4 was ordered to break through the enemy border zone between the mainland and the Church Road, and before running the Rudsel sector between the mouth of the river and Zara. Panzer Group 4 should then cross to the west of England and establish beachheads between Dinnerwood and Hertfordshire. The point of no effort, so far as the situation allows, whether the area, Dinnerwood, orders for further operations were then issued by the armed group.
23rd of June, 1941. I sit in the turret with a pair of binoculars hanging around my neck, headphones on and microphone on my throat. Ahead of us something is burning. It must be a bigger place. Rustling, I guess. The direction's about right. These giant pillars of smoke are the best signal to announce. We are here. Far better than any signal there. They spring up wherever there is enemy resistance. The one fires a gun in one of those wooden with New England shacks, they immediately catch fire. Yesterday morning, we could clearly see the smoke rising up from Tauber, and it was big enough to block out the sun. Now, here on the road, I can see smoke rising up along the whole of the horizon.
Omkeren moet koelkast eigenlijk zijn. Dus echt een bouwen betekenen. Stop een opbrengst. 5 maanden aan de boodschap in de juiste hoek. Stil
border, supposedly had advanced beyond the Thursday Pass, a respectable distance of about 8 kilometers, as a French recent champion, and crossing the picture northeast of the sea line. The main reason for this was the unexpected corrosive defense of the soldiers of the Red Army, who not before the last bullet, preferring to be killed rather than let themselves be taken prisoner. The ferocious resistance often in particular during the first days of the fighting cost the German army dearly, with over 32,000 men killed, wounded, and taken prisoner in the first 8 days of the fighting. For men like Rudsel, death and the constant companion, part of everyday life, some hunted his death in the city, but had never alleviated its unlimited effect of losing violence.
This is small. I've seen his grave. His Panzer II number 601 stood on the roadside opposite, its right side always like the same. 4.7 centimeter anti-tank gun. I'm gonna show him who his back was one thing anti-tank gun was really easy as the next shell had been got both in his hands. Short greeting, hands in salute to the camp, and our Panzer rolled on. His parents will receive a letter from the company commander who is heartbroken just like we were. There will be a death witness in the local newspaper, and his little blonde sister will cry for him. We, however, will march on, retaining our thoughts. We will fight with our son. This death will not remain unpunished.
For Fort Alexander and for many other uncertain rugby, tankers, infantrymen, and aircrew, the fighting was the first of their military careers, all with their tales of heroism of their more experienced comrades who had already survived in Poland, Northern France, now signed chance to quickly check in combat. The soldiers of the Red Army, however, did regret this undertaking briefly until the army faced a new, ferociously fighting enemy. Soviet propaganda denounced all Germans as killers, violent beasts and animals, with hatred of the Germans was actively understood in the Polish. Many Red Army soldiers fighting bravely in defense of their motherland, believed that the Germans took their prisoners, which did have a desired effect.
27th 1941, and then finally, we are deployed to Hamburg. The long drive to the Berlin barn ahead, carrying the riflemen along with us. A few shots into the mammoth tank, which suddenly starts to burn. Then a few shots into an armored target on our hard right, not visible for our driver, and the heavy dust on the burn. The 7th Company keeps getting in our way. We drive around the edge of the forest where the Russian field pieces are. The infantry is only a few meters ahead of us when suddenly on the left of our tank, a Russian stands up. The swine has pretended to be dead when our infantry came past them. That's the old classic, pretending to be dead, then firing from the rear. But that isn't a good idea in case the tank like us. We'll all be accelerating. Turn left and run over it. Problem solved. The plan won't hurt anyone anymore. We were advancing when suddenly there was a very hard, challenging, and frightening crash. In the same moment I took a sharp back of my head. For a moment I was heads off, then turned red. I tried not to understand my start, but because of the edge of the tower had completed. The observation mirror snapped. The leather cutting on the inside of the hat gone. There's a hole in the right signal apparently in the turret. The tiny metal splinters at the ends of the gun. The rest of the turret is smooth and sparkles of leather and silver splinters. Through the back of my skull, alright, however, as otherwise there would be more blood. As they come down, there are only a few small scratches on the skin.
advanced to about 290 kilometers, constantly devices, attack, ambush, fire, constraint by the army, with every stage, cannot with the heat, the strain of the rapid advance has taken a huge toll, both mentally and physically.
Sometimes the men and everything on forward, ever forward, down right, right, duck, tired, and that's water. At 2 in the morning, we across the street. We went across the unable to take the road, and overgot the chase we get in the direction of the avenue. Described the result of chaos. On the other hand, nobody believes that they can work by the locals. That's just rather fine. He gets cut off, but can now repair the roads.
For many of the Baltic states, the German conquerors were working as liberators from occupation by the USSR and its repressions. Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, all of which had been forcibly absorbed into the Soviet Union in the end of 1940. For the Jewish communities, the German invasion gave them the unspeakable horror, fear, violence, and death. Standing in the Soviet Union, scientists needed right to their troops on few and punished by the Germans, thousands of Jews were going to be murdered in the early summer period. Over 220,000 Jews living in Lithuania when the Germans invaded on the 22nd of June 1939, over 195,000 were murdered in the Holocaust.
When we came to the area of Niagara, we noticed that the Lithuanians were flying their old national colors in their houses: green, yellow, red. In the villages and smaller towns, they were men in olive green uniforms discussed in their armbands in the Lithuanian colors. I asked one of those men, my surprise, that I Hitler, what kind of a wild association you remember of. With a wink and smile, he explained that he was a Lithuanian partisan. Your Lithuanian forest kind military rifle were guns and structures working on the streets. The streets, by the way, deserve their own chapter. Our case was covered with a layer of gravel. The drive a layer of fine, white, flour-like dust. And if there's only a little rainfall, so these roads, which are already marked red on our maps, turn into a fire off and kind no one observing would ever imagine.
But whilst the people of the Baltic states rejoiced in the ousting of the Soviets from their lands, Barbarossa was far from being a normal invasion. Territories within the Soviet Union were crucial to Nazi plans to acquire and drive living space for German and alien people. With continental Western Europe firmly under German control, Hitler's ultimate aim in the war against the Soviet Union was to make full economic use of the individual territories in the East. To achieve this goal, supposedly inferior races, Slavs and Jews who lived there, had to be removed, and ethnic Germans settled in their place. Friedrich Wilhelm Zander, who was appointed to join the SS in 1936, and who was a friend of the National Socialist Idea, the war against Russia was a noble crusade against communism, one that would not just benefit him, but also Europe and the rest of the world.
Every soldier on our side knows what the great objective of all of this is. But not only that, they are told to ask and say, they are just nothing. All have rich soil, and they have interest in agriculture. But it's also about culture. These people here are capable of cultivating the land, and they have no claim on it. When German settlers they know about hunting and animals. There are a lot of things we see here for the lancer. Equal life not the same as it was in France. This, however, is a great political education for them. They can learn about the wider plans of the human figured out, but that's how it works. Some are fruits, which they often have in their hands when they go to church. Hence, unknown. That's the women church are wearing a white headscarf, but you miss it. Dirty, gray, snuffy past the running man. And many of us have had help comparing them to the friends with whose acquaintance we made last year.
By June 2025, German forces had made incredible progress. Elements of army south had crossed the Holland River and were rapidly approaching Carnival, which would fall on the 7th of July. By the 30th of June, the Centre of Army Group Centre, 2nd Panzer Group, under General Oberst Heinz Gudruna, and the 3rd Panzer Group, under General Oberst Heinrich Hoff, decimated the Soviet frontier defences, defeated several Soviet counterattacks, and encircled 4 Soviet armies near Bialystok and Minsk. A total of 420,000 men were marched into German captivity a week later. German forces were in the process of capturing Riga and the Baltic coast, while Panzer Regiment 11 had swung northwards to establish a beachhead over the Galva and the Varna, and was approaching Finland. One of the final objectives before crossing Poland to Russia. It looked like the conquest of the Soviet Union would only be a matter of time. But even at the rapid pace of the advance and against the continent, there were brief moments of respite.
Zomer. Nu tot 50% korting op alarmplaatsing van de Military.nl.
1st of July 1921. In the gym, the tanks would go down, packed up, our outfits prepped for the night march, cobblers and bedweavers in the courtyard were the most beautiful. And this saw the jokes of the 90s. Someone suddenly started to hum a tune. One man after the other joined in, and soon everyone was loudly singing the song of Mariska in Vogelsberg. When Output, Leutnant Schöner Schreiber, schaute a harmonica music upon which he went on to concert. The farmer who owned the farmstead we had moved into the garden was a Latvian who, during the World War, had been made a prisoner for 7 months in Bilbao and Milan. He stood at the door with his wife and listened to music. His oldest daughter, a sweet, intelligent girl of about 70 years, which I found exceptionally attractive, was standing with them. During the day, I had a number of opportunities to watch her at work. Even in all the heavy agricultural labor on the fields and in the stables, she kept herself well moved. Some of the more inquisitive infantry men managed to watch the girl to their competitors while she was waiting to serve the screen. Now that beautiful girl, which I take into my heart, suddenly approached me in a bunch of sweet-smelling wild roses. She said something in her own language which I didn't understand, and we however realized that it was something good and nice, and I felt guilty because she kept holding my hand for quite a while in an affectionate manner. I have no idea why this could be a such interesting journey into lots of luck. The man had, of course, learned the German during his time as a prisoner. Apart from that, I have realized that the whole area on the Latvian side is a lot cleaner and healthier than on the Lithuanian side. The cattle in the fields are leaner, dry, and strong, despite a contrast to the small, ugly, non-efficient goats kept in Lithuania. The wooden houses are clean, not covered with rotten straw, but with proper shingles. In general, the properties here are more spacious, cleaner, and better looking. The farmer offered us fresh cow milk nearby. Soon after, he brought out 2 tiny cut glasses, which he filled with cold beer drawn from a completely ceramic pot. In return, he asked me for some cigarettes, as he would love to smoke, but never get into tobacco. He was delighted that Gunther and Lucia Hagemann distributed 2 large packets of Russian cigarettes, which we then moved out into the pouring rain. White roses from the other giving me taps to the front of my tank. Now it is Friday, the 4th of July, 1941. The truly infernal concert. An MG-34 on my right fires first. It must be like a woman on the nigger. In the same second I too pull the trigger, keep firing, bird after bird. We have plenty of moss targets on the road. On my left, the Panzer II's of light platoon of the Scout 94 flanking cannon fire of the Norwich more than 500 meters away. The Russians in front of my vehicle dropped like they could roll down to the side. A bit further back, the Russians started getting to cover with some bushes on the roadside. A few high explosive shells for them. They now try to get from the bushes, cross a field, into a forest about 400 meters away. On a sports field, it takes about a minute to run 400 meters. Running for 1 minute through the stream of fire from the three MG-34s and the Panzer IIs will most likely be their end. And trying to cover the distance with claws is true madness. Not a single one of them makes it into the safety of the woods. The lorry column, however, is ours. The vehicles are mostly undamaged. Some have been abandoned and withdrawn. Some of the gunned down Russians in front are still moving. Satansky finishes them off with the rifle. On the right, there's a basket case you can't walk. A bit further on, another one, as one was still there. And there, Doc is just pretending to be dead. Shoot him in the arse, and the back to the rear. Up to the farm where slowly a large number of prisoners are gathering. While I'm taking a closer look at the Russian Lieutenant, the boss and Leonhard have discovered still bleeding Russian with water overhead. We are trying to pull the poor bugger out. The boss is bending down, and at the same moment the Rex pulls a gun, a revolver out of the water, and fires at the boss, staring at us with a hateful face, contorted into a satanic mask. Oberleutnant Dichter throws himself to the ground, and the shot misses him. I pull out my pistol and send a bullet into the Russian's skull. But at the same time, he slumped down under a burst of bullets from Unteroffizier Muttler's machine. I am livid. Such pigs. We are trying to help the wounded, and they fire upon us. This is the price one pays for our damned humanity. Because of which we are treating this stuff in a way too soft manner. I take my pistol and fire a round in the head of another wounded guy. With a stertorous breath, the spine collapses. I am such a leader, having preached to my men again and again that we are the nation of culture, and that we have to act gently. But here, we get our comeuppance really soft. 6th of July, 1941. Here they don't allow us to swim. The three lancers are standing there and tell us that swimming is forbidden, as the other side has to be clear of the enemy. The small stream forms the border between Latvia and the old Soviet Union. No one knows what it's called. Something unpronounceable. Ultimately, we did take a bath in the street, like that. Just like our soldiers played in the English Channel, we were proud. We have the body of Lieutenant Feigl on the bow of the tank. But the crying knocks me over. Till I start to cry. Till I begin to swear and scream. I feel sick and walk over to the tank. And there lies Feigl, right under the machine gun. He was shot in the head after having left his vehicle, the poor fellow. There's still some life in this burning gun. I will make the Russians pay for that. I called for a medic and a saddler. Our medic hired, faces blinding and a blanket, he bandages his head, and we took big baths and great There will be payback time The Soviet Russians and damn miserable lives. Today I went inside a house with one of these electric farmers. There's no way to get rid of the stink one finds in one group of shacks. Not to put an hour to ventilation. A few roof stairs into the living quarter. The family administered very hard about all his livestock goods in this citerna. Not a kudo and other kind of rice written the same way. Conditions in the one and true fatherland of farmers and workers are even more dirty and degenerate than those in Lithuania. Cattle servers included in pigs, enormous hunt doesn't surprise me. The roosts for the members of the multi-headed family are usually behind the oven. We finally found all the cattle again in the good meal, which is how far the family got. A Russian shell had exploded into the herd, and none of it evident in harm. The Russian shells are far less effective than ours, but the tanks are superior. They're just like the whole lot of Russians had approached with leaflets dropped by us, for which the German government tried to keep more soldiers of the Red Army released so they go away. I had personally been terribly three of them, as well as I could. They told me they were members of a rifle regiment. The Germans had done a lot of shooting that caused their regiment to disperse. The commander had run away. One of them, speaking in a mixture of Russian and English, told me that they had had 40 tanks supported, but these had all run away. Tanks with wheels, not with tracks, he explained. I suppose we are going to run with them. Anyway, we are following up as reserve Russian. One of Leonard's panzer forms is standing in front of some bushes in which several Russians are hiding. Our riflemen wanted to be there first, but at that moment the Russians had already gunned two of them down. The fire gets angry. He shouts and rages, then orders his men to get off our tanks. But he has finally understood that the terrain and rules to be thoroughly searched. And what did Peloton and the other rifle brothers say? That isn't their job. Well, that's why they are now the secure of their riflemen. But who cares? The war goes on.
In mid-July 1941, the German advance was making good progress along the entire front. The text of Poland and Smolensk was following the route of the panzer groups along the group centre. In the south, German troops slowly advanced towards the river. In the north, the second city of the Soviet Union, Leningrad, was seemingly the route of the exhausted tank groups Panzer Regiment 11, which had a fighting advance of over 1,000 kilometers behind them. During which they not only fought the troops of the Red Army, but also most of the south.
Initially, the plan included them together with the infantry would form a vanguard in advance of Leningrad. Supposed the 150 kilometers was already active. I had no idea what it was until 6 in the morning. But then, sleep was just completely empty. There was a thunderstorm in the night that pulled down the windows. I really didn't talk to those things that chance. We've been surprised by such things once and we generally set up a tent whenever it's possible. Two guys would naturally scare off mosquitoes by smoking some from the rosters in the garden. After the rainfall, however, the masses of mosquitoes swarmed about. What's going to happen after that? Who knows? But we have reached an important target, and that makes me happy to connect from anywhere. The average dancer is looking forward to more Monday evenings. Every dancer has that too by now. There was sort of this abstract reason about the Rwanda. Are there first options? Will there be mosquitoes in the garage too? Will money get different food in DC with blood sausage? Will it be also there? Will it be washed in a big city? Yes, James Brown, detective of the all continents. We are about 150 kilometers away from it, and progress on the terribly bad transfer is slow.
War in the Soviet Union was not just about the inside, it was about German nationality and the political crusade against Bolshevism. In the words of Hitler, the floating chance group, or war of ideologies, of peoples, and a war of races. With an aim to annihilate those who were seen as being ethnically inferior and also politically dangerous. The Soviet troops captured by the German army suffered from hunger, cold, forced labor, and abuse.
Herzlich willkommen. Het beste adres van Nederland. When there is an increased level of economic conflict, what we see is a significant increase in the appeal of non-immigrants. We're living in a time of several layers of uncertainty.
The struggle against the personality sets their ranks for Jews, state officials, and other intolerable or dangerous individuals like those Christian commissars who had somehow managed to survive the effects of the Jewish commissar order issued by the German army in June 1941, which ordered their immediate execution as purportedly forces not together Bolshevist ideology. His revenge came to the extermination camps where they were usually killed immediately. A total between 140,000 and 500,000 Soviet prisoners of war died in concentration camps, most of whom were shot or gassed. But the 5.7 million Soviet soldiers who were in German captivity, 2.3 million did not survive the war.
Inside of the station of the units, I walked down to a square on the stage alongside the lake where the prisoners are being kept. Under the trees, there are large numbers of wounded who are being treated by women dressed in bright boots and trousers. A Russian surgeon, who looks more like a butcher, is standing between them with his hands in his pockets, doing absolutely nothing. We don't have enough dressing material for all the wounded. The Russians themselves carry nothing of the sort either. A woman in a civilian coat that is the uniform of the Russian Women's Battalion distributed in front of her. She wants to have a passport proving that she actually discharged here, but asks to be allowed to stay for the wounded. We sent a fine with fresh white linen to use the dressing. There are 1,500 prisoners. The Alongside the fence, separated from the others, there are about 20 more. They are border friends who have been forced to serve in the Russian army. Admittedly, the creatures are not very confidence-inspiring. Anyhow, at least some Germans got their names, and thus they have been separated from the Mongols, Caucasians, and Russians. They only speak broken German, strongly mixed with Russian. They find it difficult to understand our Einstein. After all, their ancestors were strangers who had come to Volga as settlers. They are Bolsheviks, just like the others. They too have taken up arms against us and have fought in the ranks of the rebellion. But then the party knows best what we do separately. The other men are as savage as we are. Few civilians are among them, communists who loaded, caught carrying weapons. 2 more men in civilian dress are brought up. They are trying to set fire to the petrol storage, and in the process set fire on our men. The question of what to do with the king is met with a short reply by adjutant of the general staff. Shoot them. 2 are left behind the house. A few minutes later, a few shots will be heard. But, shortly, come the fanatical boss takes place. Several Russian bombers and scored a few direct hits on the artillery on the nasty, very nasty what gets ready to happen. 7 of them dead, 50 more or less severely wounded soldiers. 12 horses killed, captured by heavy artillery when the bombs came to start. That's the result of an attack by 5 Russian SB-2 bombers. And of some loud shout, "They are Germans! They are Germans!" Without any idea. Nazis was the great man. Couldn't put any weight on his right leg to split open. The boy, the great face, however, tried not to show how much he hurt.
As Barbarossa entered its 5th week, millions of men along the Ardennes front were asking themselves when the campaign would be coming to an end. 20 men, their Russian resistance was seen, implemented desperate counterattacks, ambushes and roadblocks, allowing no time to rest. The advance had to continue, further and further towards Leningrad across dusty roads and through the summer heat.
27th of July, 1941. For the 3rd time yesterday, when I was sitting on the plunder box, mosquitoes stung me in my most delicate parts. How bad is that? Mosquito practices stress free. Oh, no one can imagine this life where you automatically swat your hands of all the fuzzy pieces, just like horses happy with their tails. And then the dust. Even though we don't have the same humidity sensors in the sun, the inside of our iron coffins usually reaches some temperature. Not everyone spends 20 hours from 3 in the morning until the night inside our buckets. When one needs to heat oneself outside, another man has to make his decision as he comes. We have all experienced something like that. And if one has saved a little sip of coffee, that is often shared with the crew, or some poor thirsty infantry men. First for buggers are getting the rest of the year. Supposedly we can superjoy the modes of the Soviet paradise again. Never in my life did I be able to get the dust. It makes one look like a flower picker, someone wearing flower sacks and have a black uniform. But anyway, all is well. We only catch a little. We must take this machine from Leningrad. 30th of July, 1944. 2000 hours. The village seemed to be home to enormous swarms of mosquitoes, but never mind. We are not in Israel. In addition to our lot of the trip, there is also Oberleutnant Eckert, the Panzer Force, and Lieutenant Schwiegermann, who is my enemy. His men had just conducted a search for men over 40 years of age. Result: one man, one eye hydrocephalic, about 30 years of age, and 5 almost crooked. One of them on crutches. All of them had long beards, scruffy hair. Hardly anyone had any teeth here in his mouth. They all assembled in the village square where our tanks are. None of them had any idea what was going on. They laughed about my attempt to speak Russian, immediately with accident. Then I asked them where the parties had gone, and suddenly they are all excited again. I guess they misunderstood what I had said. We found all they explained, but pointing at their toothless jaws. Waterhead showed me his dark red eyesight. The partisans are all last rooftop, service in the venue I came over. It seems the Russians are assembling everyone who's got 2 legs to trigger up their inflation run.
It must be German advice on an enormous front, the lack of infrastructure, and terrible road conditions, turned the measure of supplying the troops with food, fuel, and ammunition into a logistical nightmare. The supply lines were stretched and vulnerable to partisans and small pockets of regular enemy troops, still floating far behind the German front line. The hastily retreating troops of the Red Army were no longer being supplied, and, just like their opponents on the inside, were forced to live off the land. In the wake, the local people were leaving their farms, taking their remaining livestock and supplies with them. In the places some places relied, the lack of food and drinking water in particular was becoming an ever-present problem for the German troops.
Thursday, 3rd July, 1941. We noticed that the old partisans, some those who were getting run, show more traces of culture than those who get run far further to the southwest. Here, constructs rest on stone foundations, while inside there are sometimes 2 or 3 rooms. Inside we often find traces, small items like photographs, which link to a bygone time and culture before 1972. There are no traces of any cultural achievements of the Soviet period. The people here are also slightly better dressed for the civilization, and therefore have the bearing of the international proletariat. Many women still sport the short white hairstyles which I remember seeing in Germany during communist marches. In general, their clothing was that of Germany in 1926 and 27. In our propaganda claims that the Bolsheviks have proletarianized everyone out here, turning the people into a big herd of submissive peasants, it is entirely right. They are the appearance alone. Besides, we have noticed that the collectives and cultures are either hiding for their pleasure, or they're driving it towards the north away from us. That puts us at quite a disadvantage. This means that in addition to cattle and ammunition, our supply units also have to drag huge amounts of food across enormous distances. But in general, there's nothing to complain about. There's enough bread, there's bread, that is quite finished. We just have to be careful with what we have. The rest of the land will be by the Sunday. Now there's total shortage, and the whole potato field is over. It's hard enough to make one small basket of potatoes. It is a little disaster to the population. And we already have the whole of Europe hanging on our shirts.
After weeks of relentless campaigning against refugees and difficult to run and additional roads, the strength was also beginning to affect the machines. Engines, brakes, suspensions, tracks, and heavy chemical parts began to break down in increasing numbers. Long distances far exceeded the level of special intervals required to keep the business teams on the road, in particular the check-lane Panzer 31-2. The multiple parts numbers were increasingly difficult to find. The yellow line was now only from the horizon.
Je probeert het echt, maar voor sommige mensen is afvallen gewoon lastig. Tijd voor een andere aanpak. Het NS werkt aan hulpverlies met hulp van een geregistreerde arts, gewoon vanuit huis. En zo geeft Dennis je minder stress en meer resultaat. hetdennis.com.
Friday, 1st of August, 1941. strategic objective may be grasped. Himmel is in Losowskina, where it's time to educate the men about the situation. Bogdan and I were sitting in the adjoining room and the map was hanging in the doorway. So, what do you think our strategic objectives here in the star? We are standing behind the map, our heads sticking out to the left and right. We both look into the empty faces of the Nazis in front of us. They are all quiet. They are looking at us with big eyes. Philip loses patience and shouts, "The Volga River!" "The gun?" someone asks. No one wants to believe it. Another states that our old car, and happy to get the blinking gun. That would be it for us. 2nd of August, 1941. Finally, it's been long and God for them. No more endless waiting. Here at the crossroads, we are waiting for the artillery section with its needle round, which the enemy attacks today. I remember when we saw their rockets detonating and rusting. Howling across us, many Nazis threw themselves to the ground. Our knees were trembling, and it was revealing. We saw the detonation cloud right underhead. Hopefully, I can witness the spectacle again today.
One can say, international front Homestead's troops were clearly living in the same. All entry on the centre, the transfer to the north to support the final cross on Leningrad. When they found that, the new areas of the 6th Panzer Division launched with only 140 kilometers from the centre of the city. After their advance had been slowed for some time to allow the new areas for the other approaching armies to close up. Time was when the Soviet had the line and through the Britain's best to organise and strengthen the city's defences. Between the 11th and 13th of August, the division even ready to head the continent to the north of the River River and then prepare to launch its final push toward Leningrad.
13th of August, 1941. Soon we also crossed the bridge, on which the men of the organization force are currently repairing the damage caused by Russian bombs and Russian fire. That blasted tight into the bridge as well. There are huge craters which surely have been carved into the ground by Russian 1,000 uniforms. I remember that morning when we drove back from the bridgehead, when everything was shrouded in dense fog. The black bridge girdle lightly black light into the sky, the ground pockmarked with bomb and shell craters, and the road lined with white birchwood crosses marking the graves of fallen comrades and the mass graves of the Russians. Then the sight of the burned wood, the scorched peatland, and the shut-up houses. All that and there to witness the other armies we could see in the northwest and close in of Leningrad. In those 4 weeks of winter, the Russian had defended themselves so well that each of its excellent positions were no easy.
On the mid-August, the northern summer heat gave way to remarkable temperatures. Scattered showers and thunderstorms to exceed areas of distinct highways, making movement increasingly difficult. While the birth of the sun still had enough power on the whole surface of the equipment, nighttime temperatures fell rapidly, and running inside was feasible.
Thursday, 14th of August, 1941. Holbach, 57 Leningrad, 1800 hours. It is raining again. Thick clouds are hanging low in the sky. We do not look to rain. The weather chaps of the division have stated that night frosts aren't rare in this area of Russia from about mid-August onwards. From Schmaus, I've received a thick overcoat, and from Unteroffizier Albert, I've collected a thin Russian blanket, of which he has several. As far as I'm concerned, Moscow is safe now. Sunday, 17th of August, 1941. There's a huge chaos on the road. And from the orders of the boss, all platoons have left their defensive positions to come and see the village center. Now they are all being shelled by Soviet heavy artillery. 2 of the right advanced about 1 kilometer to the right and old fields. But the enemy defensive fire became so heavy that the infantry had to dismount. They then advanced behind our tanks, using them as cover against the hail of projectiles poured at us from the Russian defensive positions. Soon a wire of close combat ensued. I had to hand a few of our hand grenades to the infantry. The always 20 meters or so in front of the infantry was erected with them. To keep the closest Russians away from us, I often had to make use of my pistol, shooting down several fellows and foxholes close to my tank. Alongside the road, leading to the direction of our attack, stood for 20 or so Russians who surrendered when we pulled up. The infantry took them prisoner. Everyone is delighted, our progress is excellent. Then suddenly, another group of 10 Russians slowly rose into full blast. The Reds got on their knees and raised their hands. But among them there was one spy who suddenly pulled out a hand grenade and pulled at my tank. But I shot the man with my pistol, and the shooter looked down and rode down the entire group. Now the Russian artillery starts firing, sending 10.5 secondary shells into the village. Wham! One of them slammed right into the engine of Foreman's tank. In this case, it would be a classic case of soldiers lacking pistol and rifle. The shell was a dud, or better some kind of exercise shell with a complete-like substance. The top half was used on it for a long, while the bottom half, the base of the shell, smashed through the armor before it stopped by the engine room. That had been a light shell, not much of the left of the tank.
And just as the weather was changing, so did the combat operations. And so far they passed, and in the evening, with the pace by moving closer to these travels for every single week, the weather stayed down, and the cities were
Puppet, taking the boats. Contact with the enemy. The rifleman was mounted with guards on foot. Heavy tanks in front. 3 of them, big buckets, are reported to be standing next to a barn. One of the Panzer IVs opens fire. Rudsel is sending one radio message after the other. All the Panzer IVs now roll to the edge of the forest and start firing shot after shot in the direction of the barn and of one of the big Russian tanks. Another one was detected Rudsel has withdrawn. A few Russians at the speed running across the field to the right. Then suddenly Rudsel reports that there's an anti-tank gun firing from the bushes on the right. Oswald walks forward and opens fire on the bushes where enemy movement has now ceased to be observed. No one realizes that they're firing on what now are advancing riflemen. And because of that, they direct a hail of fire on them. Hoffman announced his angry calling on us to cease firing on the bushes. Then I run over to Hoffman to tell him that this swine is giving me credit. He said to actually concentrate on running my platoon. He wouldn't be fine if he was to fight. Later I learned that down there on the right, German soldiers had been killed by our tanks. Well, and the anti-tank gun that turned out to be a mine obstacle, which Ruedsel's tank had really ended up in. Wooden box marks buried in the ground and covered with dirt. Easy to overlook, not very careful. If one had been careful, one could have seen that the tank in the barn was actually a pleasure machine. Over 1,000 rice marks were the wasted, firing, and farming equipment. And only it was a princess you could see. I take a moment to take a look at my surroundings and find that there are 2 Russian soldiers in the foxhole right next to my tank. I direct my pistol out and shout, "Rostlevo Rudsel! Look there!" One of them, however, is raising his rifle. I make short work.
United States efforts in that land, the country suffered unprecedented experiences of combat, reconciled to the belief that he was not going to contribute to fair and fatherland, did not falter, and the loss of friends and comrades, and saved determination to remain campaign tirelessly and to make the Russians pay.
19th of August, 1941. The Spanish writer had found Partisan and had brought him back to the country where he reported that his crew was unhurt. And the other crew, however, Unter Officer Dahlmann, was lightly wounded, and Bus 19's gunners were killed. The fighter Masshauser was killed. Halder had been lucky, was completely unarmed. There had been Russians lying in the grass 50 meters ahead of their tank. As soon as Masshauser had cleared out, he had been shot through the head and was killed. The firefight developed, which Dahlmann and Halder desperately tried to defend themselves from the prisoners. It was only when Halder gunned down one of the Russians that the situation changed. The Russian had been in the process of throwing a grenade, and after he had been shot down, he was detonated in his hand, spreading his lower abdomen and causing the others to be thrown. More mail arrived on Tuesday. He was staying in an old bar, he had friends with 20 countries for standard. Later that day, after having drawn rations from the ships, out of the night went down to where the two destroyed tanks were standing, to find and bury Masshauser. The recovery team arrived in the huge workshop outlined the corner where he left Masshauser's body in the tank square, the wounds untied down his pocket, and then broken his dog tag. He carried Masshauser back to the road and the gun and grave next to a butler. One of the tank mechanics had found the two flowers in one of the shotgun houses at the kitchen. Each of us threw 3 sharp developed from the grave. We then placed this black carpet on the burnt to the cross, and thus added to the memory of such monuments as dawned and ready for the cold, grave, and satanic. Compares us further, relentlessly upon. This step will not remain unpunished. In one of the bushes was the dead body of a Russian captain, whether the first lieutenant, then of the commissar. In total, more than 20 corpses lay around the destroyed tank. The wounded Russian was also lying there, still with his rifle in his hand. He didn't react when I ordered him to raise his arms. I shot him myself. I did the same to another who was lying in the top short close to the tank. Then he was dead, and I told him to stand up. Are they acting in that manner because they are afraid of us? Or this? If it's the first reason, then the commissar of the lady put them the first night. If it's the latter, well, they deserve it.
Amerikaanse politiek is makkelijk het juiste manier voor vinden en morgen al in huis. Sport.nl. Hier en hier de vakantie en ook terug zonder aarzeling over de vluchtboeken. Wakker worden. Alleen bij mobiel.nl slechts overbeeld internet en tv-land en kies jezelf je cadeau. Nintendo Switch 2, een Samsung TV of een extra voordelig maandtarief. Te veel betalen voor hetzelfde abonnement? Dat bepaal je zelf wel. Op mobiel.nl.
25th of August, 1941. Yesterday evening it was reported that Buddha had fallen. I don't yet know if that's true. I wish it was. It would be nice. The entire sky in the direction was illuminated by huge fires last night. The horizon was painted with blood red colors. When we looked at the walls, great and burning soil like it was returned to the wall. Last night was very cold. It makes me wonder how the weather will develop this year. night, I'm going to be there in the evening over the nights. I'm finding it's turning and tossing and protecting warm. Today is like a pitch. I personally doubt that the aircraft are already fully determined in syndication. Maybe that's what they'll be employing us for. Maybe with us what they'll be first about. But I need to stop thinking about this and friends. It makes no sense to me. Earlier, we worked in a village that sank in that night. It was inhabited by a strikingly Roman type of people. It was certainly thin for Germans. Women and children with long, beautiful faces, light blue eyes, white blonde hair. Clearly not of Russian or Slavic descent. We were astounded to see gardens, beautifully kept gardens, with nicely painted fences. I wonder how these people managed to insist on it. Their views were the best we had seen in the whole week. 27th of August, 1941. Yesterday, I couldn't write anymore. Ellen, Taha, Nobel, and the other platoon leaders had been called to a meeting with Oberstolkopf to discuss the further deployment of our country. We had attended the 19th Russian troops coming back from Ukraine. Our positions are widely dispersed. The MCT, Stickermann, the leader of Zollkopf's Thai infantry, has installed a number of niceties, mines, booby traps, spring guns. Yesterday evening, after a strong artillery preparation, about 600 Russians fled from the direction of Kanwachttijd. As usual, they were repelled and suffered heavy casualties. In general, the casualties of the Reds are absolutely enormous. And when one speaks to the workers today, well, they think in the same way as our workers. In a lost war, the working population suffers most. Am I too much of a materialist if I claim that the upper levels of the population compare the cost of their educational value much better than the working class and their superiors? Let's say that. Laugh, of course, but my socialist Weltanschauung is only strengthened by this war. Only that in a country, international social ideology is replaced by a strong nationalist direction, with an emphasis on the nation stance. The political perspective of the Nazis has become widened by this campaign in particular. We felt in the draft document had escaped nothing of the ministry of my country. Civilians, Prague, Weiter, over the 504 years of service, Koch the Luther, one worse than the other. Prague, one of the eternally colored. Quite good company, but politically not quite plus, not quite minus either. People such as this, without a clear position, have always existed, especially after the last war. They have quickly taken advantage of this criminal bourgeois existence, and they have gained just as much as they have there, not much more. Particularly so when it comes to residential matters. Contrast like still fights, the Kohlhaas, and the Jacke, have spent 40 years of their lives with one foot in a corporate society. They have been despised by the London citizens, but they themselves have been forced to move from empty houses, marked down from society as inferior species. But it was them who had shaped enormous life, and that monumental thought, and the satisfaction that arises from it is worth so much more than quietly punching one's middle class habit for its superiority in wage. Now then, enough of politics. We have to move on.
For many German troops, volunteering in constant delight, and regardless of personal thoughts and motivations, the campaign in Russia had not only taken them further away from home than they had ever been before, but also confronted them directly and often very personally with the people they had come to combat. To survive, they had to interact We studied the Russian people. German soldiers were often editing on Russian houses, sharing Russian families' table. They had to buy their food and talk to them. Many German soldiers did so with great interest, interacting with cultural experiences and documented them in a lot of photographs.
Right. 29th of August, 1941. For 1,300 hours, we inspected the positions of the rifle company, and then, accompanied by Dr. and his hands, drove to the glass factory, the name of the giant rocket. It is located about 7 days. It was constructed by German citizens. The lieutenant of the Geheimdienst Polizei, who had been born in that village, was just then visiting the house getting the corner. The secretary is held by Oberleutnant Stefan, who was with a student when he arrived. He had taken heavy and vehicles the whole night to get there. One of his vehicles had driven into a roadside ditch with the unstructured. He didn't see the necessity to get up to disappear, just like some of his days, lying in the bed. He was always looking for a rider. He left Lokislav in another small village, and then drove to another place where Clara and Miller wanted to organize something. But there was no livestock, not even a single active head. As the population of the village to the glass factory, who were all active workers, not looking down the livestock, had to be supplied by the surrounding villages. The situation in the area was similarly famine. Hundreds of people were queuing for hours to cut the newspaper for breakfast in the street. In stark contrast to our situation at home, no one in Russia had basically had goals last during the division of the non-combatant population. We talked to a worker who spoke fluent German. He said that of the original German workforce, only an old man in his 70s remained. I said recently he understood the investigative workers. Now he received a pension of 10,000 rubles, but then he had earned 700 rubles. That's 70 marks in German currency. We took a look at the church in the neighboring village, which had been turned into some kind of dancing company. That was also something the worker had told us about. Only the old people were still living in the Orthodox religion. The young were growing up without any religion at all and felt good about it. Inside the red club, there are big-time holdings with the faces of Stalin, Lenin, Voroshilov, and other Soviet figures. They were hanging right above the old and much smaller images of the saints. I was shocked about the scruffy appearance of the workers. Even before 1933, no one in Germany had looked that shabby. We then drove back to the glass factory. We stopped briefly at Loka's position where someone had managed to sort of straps in question, of which some was handed to him. I took the time to rummage through some of the nearby houses. Communication, sports hall, a food, housekeeping shop all put together there. Or very practical, in my opinion, the right thing to do from the socialist perspective. Maybe it's because of the argument I said the secretary was making. That's the right way for the employee. Live in the kitchen and do what we get society. There is no space for individualism. It's one of the many arguments against communism. On our way back, though, like Trotsky advocate, he told us that there was something brewing in the city of Sweden. We drove back as fast as we could. We dropped our partner in half a dozen eggs on the table and returned for half an hour later.
One summer, the native population was struggling simply to survive, and the country barter with whatever side was in control of their village at the time. There was, however, a significant portion of the Soviet population who would be actively insisting on their own armies. The stress of not knowing who was a partisan fighter and who was an armed civilian would put pressure on the mind of every German soldier across the entire Eastern Front.
30th of August, 1941. This morning I was just sitting in my tent drinking coffee when the mayor of the village walked past and was distributing flour. I said, would I like to take a look into the big barn? He checked so far the clock. He returned and reported that the barn was more or less empty and only contained several radio controls, a few food supplies, But by then I really switched my interest to the other bar and wanted it to be unlocked. Lo and behold, a box of English machine gun ammunition and about 100 bottles, Molotov cocktails, which the bastards had made themselves. The bottles contained an added layer of very fine tobacco of the kind which was used for pest control on the Paris streets to aid the burning fire. Rubber straps fashioned from old tires held the long phosphorus igniter. I was burning the flames in order for man to be brought to proper teletype. The village commander would have to decide upon punishment after interrogation. What a bloody mess. If one is engaged with soldiers, then one has to cope with partisans. Only this morning, in the neighboring village of Novosibirsk, two women notified the buses about one of our reconnaissance patrols. One of them has already been strung up with misfortune. The village itself has been turned to ashes, and the populace has been rounded up on the village square. The most unbelievable things happened there. An entire Russian recon squad had spent the night there. The women had smuggled arms for the partisans, and we are giving them credit in return, even though we have hardly enough to feed ourselves. And this is the dispensable trade of the colonists among their workers. Only the good-natured German covers problems such as this. Someone should shoot the whole lot of them.
On the 6th of September, a decision of far reaching importance for the further course of the campaign was made. Hitler suddenly put aside his interest in Leningrad and declared the North a secondary to a war. By doing so, he reviewed it to the urging of the General Staff and ordered the preparation of an attack against Moscow, shifting all expendable forces from Army Group North to Army Group Center by the 15th of September.
September 1941. The campaign has to be overseen one way or another. But for me, there is only one option now: to stick it out until the end of the mission. One must not think that the wounded are better off, or if I would have a wound like this, I could at least get out of these uncomfortable, dirty surroundings. I am past all that now. Only today, together some good and much loved friends in the hideout, a few photos, and the thought of my mother's upcoming birthday have brought me back to my senses. I am not giving up, now that the end is already in sight. What a sight to be like this. The thought of the ends, and the knowledge that the people in the hideout are watching and fighting with us. All that will now spur us on during the final flush of the red metropolis, on the cradle of the Red Revolution. One may cry.
We hadden 500 producten de prijs verlaagd. Ontdek ze nu bij onze winkel. Probeer het echt. Rijden langs de rest en calorieën tellen, maar voor sommige mensen is afvallen gewoon lastig. Misschien is het tijd voor een andere aanpak. De kennis wel optimistisch om de mensen te geleiden. Ondanks gewoon vanuit huis werk, minder stress, meer resultaat.
The 10th of September 1941. Looking on the map, the adjustment is that our home flank is full of long and probably the Russians are still thinking stubborn in their anti-tank defense. That's the objective of the SS Polizei. From there, the enemy has a field of fire towards Zaleski. We have no purpose to this. It means that we were captured and obstacles. It means that we just got shot and let's simply starve and drown out. Even though that taking it longer would cause us far less casualties. We have already lost enough. I don't know what to think. Whether to attack now, stop the enemy out. So we need to look into the future.
spent Leningrad for the Soviet considerable loss, but human resources involved in the destruction of Leningrad. They would survive their siege with the least amount of forces and start the siege right. The great city of Leningrad would be forced to surrender through starvation. And the plan went even further when it was combined with considerations to let the city population starve to death even after the fall of Leningrad. Already at the end of August, certainly in consultation with Hitler, Field Marshal Keitel had taken a view that the population of Leningrad could not be fed and therefore had to be expelled. With this view, he followed the guidelines for economic policy from the occupied eastern territories that had been drawn up before the campaign and which factored in starvation of large parts of the civilian population. As yet, this terrifying plan for unknowns with the commanders on the ground. Whether the city should be conquered or besieged, occupied or starved, preserved or destroyed, still remained a question for them and army moved north. Resulted in heated exchanges of ideas about the treatment of Leningrad, which was characteristic of the German relationship between warfare, ideology, and crime. On the 20th of September, however, it was realized that 10 exhausted infantry divisions were no longer sufficient to conquer Leningrad. It was stipulated that Petersburg should not be attacked and not occupied, surrendered and then destroyed with artillery fire and air raids. All preparations for the occupation and taking advantage of the city was continuing. Opening Sunday would see the part in this, and then believe the crime, he would never see the streets of Leningrad himself. Opening Sunday was very sad.
On the 22nd of December, the Navarre officer received an order to shift and strengthen the dignity. An arsenal increased readiness. The snowstorm that wrecked the day was so bad that even the country horses perished. The humans could hardly survive on the sleeping horses. Faces frozen, hands dried. That way we are supposed to work in the river roads. The snow covers again as soon as one is through. There are always several men who are sick. 27th of December, 1941. During the night, I had to think that we are supposed to stay here the entire week. Surely we can get replacements. When the operations are possible again in the coming spring, the launch attacks which will destroy the Soviet army activities. I will be there with an anti-tank gun, an area bomb, a cell, or a mine with a full stop behind the last sentence of my life story. His adventure first had cost him at least 50,000 troops and more than 700 planes. Never again did the Germans launch a major offensive on the Eastern Front. The Russians had turned the tide quickly.
At 7:56 on the morning of December the 7th, 1941, Japanese aircraft swooped down over Hawaii. Their target, the U.S. Pacific Fleet, around its base at Pearl Harbor. Five U.S. ships were hit immediately. A few minutes later, more Japanese aircraft joined them. By 8:35, 2 U.S. battleships were sinking, 2 had capsized, and 2 were badly damaged. The 7th battleship, the Nevada, slipped her moorings and was heading out to sea when she too was caught and forced to leave. Simultaneously, Japanese Zero fighters strafed U.S. aircraft lined up on the island's airspace. They also shot up nearby army barracks. By the end of the attack, dozens of U.S. warships had been sunk or damaged. 188 aircraft were also destroyed. The next day, U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt declared war on Japan. The stage was set. Could Japan knock out the United States with a swift blow before the huge might of America ground down? It would become one of the great conflicts of World War II. Japan's first steps towards war had come in August 1940. Capitalizing on France's defeat in Europe, it seized control of air bases in the north of the French colony of Indochina. It was looking for a quick and easy expansion of its empire. A year later, it issued an ultimatum demanding the use of all French air bases throughout Indochina. When the French hesitated, the Japanese invaded and seized control of the entire colony. Japan felt the consequences almost immediately. The United States rose its overseas financial assets, effectively robbing the country of its ability to buy oil. Japan faced a choice: climb down and lose space, or seize more territory and up the straits. For the new Japanese government under the aggressive General Hideki Tojo, there was no question about its course. Japanese army and Navy commanders were told to prepare for a swift war to occupy all the far eastern territories controlled by Britain, France, the Netherlands, and the United States. The country was expecting a swift victory. Japan saw the Americans movement as a nation of pleasure lovers, no stomach for a lengthy war with heavy casualties. The Japanese military calculated that if they could destroy the U.S. Pacific Fleet, the U.S. would quickly see the next. It was now they decided to attack Pearl Harbor. Admiral Soroku Yamamoto, commander of the Japanese combined fleet, was put in charge. Had 10 battleships, 10 aircraft carriers, and the world's most advanced naval aircraft. Against it, the U.S. Pacific Fleet had 8 World War I vintage battleships and 2 carriers. Yamamoto planned it with great care. He would hit the U.S. fleet in Pearl Harbor on a Sunday, since, according to intelligence reports, it usually spent the weekends in port. With total radio silence, the Japanese strike force gathered in the tank there, in orderly career attacks. The fleet set sail on November the 26th, 1921. Meanwhile, as a recall, Japanese negotiators arrived in Washington to discuss a possible Japanese withdrawal from China. The Japanese fleet refueled after several days at sea. 3 days later, it was off Hawaii. The Americans were still blissfully unaware that anything was wrong. At 6 a.m. on December the 7th, after the final briefing, the first wave of Japanese aircraft took off. As the Japanese aircraft dived into the attack, U.S. personnel were still just asleep on a fine Sunday morning. It was all over in less than 2¼ hours. Yamamoto's plan had worked like a dream. Or had it? There was only one problem. The U.S. fleet's 2 aircraft carriers had not been in Pearl Harbor at the time and had escaped the attack. Yamamoto's main aim of crippling the U.S. Pacific Fleet had only partially succeeded. The U.S. Naval Air Power Division was screwed. But in the United States, there was shock and disbelief. It quickly turned into a moment of fury and determination. Angry mobs attacked the Japanese embassy. Japan had disturbed the sleeping giant. The US Secretary of the Navy, Frank Knox, spoke for many.
Yes, Sergeant. Yes, you are. Please, I'm going to please.
Yet before the US could mobilize its full strength, the Japanese were to inflict more European defeats on the Western Allies. December 1941, as America was licking its wounds after Pearl Harbor, Japan launched a series of attacks on Western colonies in Southeast Asia. It thought it had knocked out America. Now it moved against Britain and its colonies. The first to be hit was Malaya, where the Japanese force came ashore in the northeast of the country. The plan was that it should make its way south down the east coast. The invasion force was led by a contingent of British Indian troops. But after a day of fighting, they had rushed aside. Meanwhile, further north in Thailand, a second Japanese landing was unopposed. 30,000 Japanese troops were soon making their way down the western coast of Malaya. The target of the two groups, Singapore, the center of British military and political rule in the Far East. Britain had turned the island into what it believed was an impregnable fortress. But all the guns pointed south, out to sea. The Japanese were approaching by land from the north. Yet British military commanders remained remarkably untroubled. They didn't wait for Japanese exciting men and believed the Malay jungle was any virtually impossible. But the Japanese had other ambitions. To soften up Singapore, they attacked the city from the air. Britain sent a new battleship Vincent Wade and a battle cruiser Repulse to attack Japanese troop convoys. They were met by Japanese bombers. Both warships were sunk in less than 2 hours. Almost 1,000 of their crew were lost. It was the greatest British naval disaster of World War II. In the era of aircraft carriers, it was now clear the battleship, for years a mainstay of the British Navy, had had its day. Back on land, the Japanese continued to head south towards Singapore. On January 11, 1942, Kuala Lumpur was captured. The British forces fell back and withdrew to Singapore. There were now about 100,000 British soldiers to defend. We faced a force of only 30,000 Japanese. Even without their big guns, the British showed they'd been able to hold up. The Japanese launched an assault in early February. was supported by more airstrips. British defence was soon reduced to chaos. Civilian casualties began to escalate. 4 days later, the Japanese had pushed through the last of the British defensive lines. The commander, Arthur Rudsel, surrendered with over 90,000 men. Never in the history of the British Army had a commander in charge of such a large force had to surrender, and to an enemy general whose force was outnumbered more than 3 to 1. Britain's 200-year-old power and prestige in the Far East had been wiped out in just 10 years. But it wasn't the only. Elsewhere in Southeast Asia, the Japanese forces were equally triumphant. The British garrison in Hong Kong fought for 2 weeks before succumbing to a Japanese invasion. In the Philippines, America fared no better. Here, a preemptive bombing raid caught large numbers of U.S. aircraft deeply lined up at Clark Field. Most were destroyed. Two days later, with U.S. air power virtually non-existent, Japanese troops began to land. The local Philippine troops melted away. The Japanese advanced rapidly. 10 days later, they were spent. The U.S. soldiers were forced to withdraw to the Bataan Peninsula. Here they hoped to hold out until a relief force could be sent. It never came. On April 3rd, 1942, Japanese troops launched a major assault on U.S. positions. After 4 days heavy fighting, they broke through. The Americans surrendered 2 days later.
12 o'clock. De Nieuw-Zeelandse in het stad aan de loon voor zonnestralen. 12 o'clock. Zonnedag.
Still the pool is one of his most luxurious food. Cruise with all kinds of unrivaled luxury. 76 pieces.
That left just one British colony in the region, Burma. In early 1942, the Japanese forces pushed into the south of the country. The British defences had been utterly dead. There were only some 15,000 men defending the country. They were no match for the Japanese. The Allied Allied troops mounted a brief but doomed resistance. Less than 2 months after invading Berlin, the Japanese had seized the capital, Rudsel. 8 weeks later, the British had been pushed entirely out of the country. In just under 6 months, the Japanese had seized control of the whole eastern plain of the Pacific. Their Oriental blitzkrieg had been swift and crushing. Yet already there were warning signs that they were not as powerful as they were. On April 18, 1942, 4 months after Pearl Harbor, America struck back at the Japanese. US bombers flying low over Tokyo dropped bombs on the city close to the enemy's palace. Others struck Yokohama, Kobe, and Nagoya. The raid, authorized by President Roosevelt himself, was very extreme. The B-25 Mitchell bombs had not been designed to be launched from aircraft carriers. They barely managed to lumber off the deck of the USS Hornet, which had brought them to within 700 miles of the Japanese capital. But that didn't diminish their effectiveness on the air. In Japan, the raids caused profound shock. After their runaway successes of the past 4 months, they had never expected an attack on their home. Japan's military plans now decided to extend the country's defenses. If they could siege additional strategic outposts to the Pacific, they could attack and destroy Allied forces before they even came close to the home. Japan already controlled much of the Chinese coast, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. They had also seized the Dutch East Indies. Now they decided to strike south, attack Papua New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, and east, take the island of Midway in the middle of the Pacific. The Union homeland was surrounded by a string of fortified positions. Even as Japan was planning its move, its operations were severely compromised, though nobody realized this after the war. The United States had broken its military and diplomatic codes. By spring 1942, the U.S. Navy's covert duty in Hawaii was reading enough messages to give it a remarkably accurate insight into Japan's intentions. So it was that the U.S. Commander-in-Chief in the region, Admiral Chester Nimitz, learned the details and timing of Japan's planned invasions of the Solomon Islands and Papua New Guinea. If successful, they would cut off Australia from their allies. The Japanese bombing raid on Darwin had already caused widespread fear of the invasion. In early May 1942, the Japanese plan to widen its defensive perimeter was launched. They seized the Solomon Islands.
later, the Japanese carrier force entered the Coral Sea in preparation for the main assault on Hamburg. But this time, the Americans had anticipated. Admiral Nimitz had ordered 2 U.S. aircraft carriers and a number of smaller portions to the air. For 2 days, the rifle fleet searched for each other. Then, on May 7th, U.S. aircraft would have hit and sank the Japanese carrier Kyoto. The Battle of the Coral Sea was complicated. Early the following day, the Japanese responded, unleashing a hail of torpedoes and bombs. To begin with, the U.S. aircraft carrier wachttijd managed to avoid the Japanese torpedoes. But then she took a bomb which penetrated 4 decks before it exploded. 37 men were killed. The larger, less maneuverable carrier Rudsel was also hit by 7 bombs as well as 2 torpedoes. She developed a heavy risk of warfare. The Americans returned fire, attacking the Japanese carrier Shogun. The first U.S. raid was plummeted by Japanese Zero fighters, which forced the U.S. Japanese devastator bombers to drop their torpedoes too far out. Any of the torpedoes missed. But the second wave of U.S. dive bombers struck home. The Shogaku's deck was so badly damaged, she could no longer be used by aircraft. After 2 days of fighting, the 2 forces finally disengaged. That evening, the Lexington, still afloat, suddenly erupted in a huge explosion. There had been an undetected leak of aviation fuel that had caught fire. Basically, all of 250 of the nearly 3,000 men on board were missing. Later that evening, an American torpedo struck the bird. The Battle of the Coral Sea was, on paper, a draw. Each side lost 1 carrier and had another severely damaged. Strategically, however, it was a major U.S. success. It had prevented the Japanese from seizing more territory
landing and stopping for an isolated string. The battle of the Cold Sea marked a new era for naval tactics. It was the first major sea battle in which the opposing ships were completely out of vision. It was fought instead by air flying propellers. It would soon become clear which side could adapt it to the new form of naval conflict more successfully. By the late spring of 1942, Japan and America were invaded. Japan needed a quick victory, but it was not to be ground down by the huge resources of the United States. In mid-May, it began its next week. The U.S. code-breakers reported Japanese plans for a new attack. It would be on target Main F, somewhere in the Pacific. The problem for the Americans was that they had no idea where target Main F was. Could it be a random stream Midway Island near Hawaii? An ideal jumping off point for another attack on the American fleet in Pearl Harbor. The code-breaking team suggested a way to find out. The U.S. Air Force on Midway was instructed to send an uncoded message reporting problems in the island's water system. Almost immediately, the code-breakers intercepted a Japanese signal that target AF was having water supply problems. Admiral Chester Nimitz now knew exactly where the enemy would strike. The Japanese plan was typically complex. A diversionary attack on the Aleutian Islands in the North Pacific would draw away part of the U.S. fleet, while Midway was seized by an occupation force. The Americans would be obliged to hurriedly commit their carrier force to retaking the island. There they would be annihilated by a huge Japanese naval presence with 4 large aircraft carriers. It was the second Japanese attempt to wipe out the U.S. Navy in the Pacific within a year. Forward, the American carriers left port and moved to a position where they could ambush the Japanese. On June 3, 1942, Japanese forces launched the expected attack on the Aleutian Islands. Nimitz didn't respond. Then, early the next morning, the main Japanese carrier force launched the first airstrike on Midway Island to soften up its defenses. U.S. warplanes from the island intercepted. Most were outdated Brewster buffaloes and were easily shot down by the more agile Japanese sailor fighters. But the Japanese attack had to be won. Midway's defenses had not been broken. The Japanese commander, Admiral Rudsel, faced a difficult decision. He kept some of his aircraft in reserve, though the ammunition was designed specifically for attacking ships, just in case the U.S. fleet was spotted.
Should now order was reserved strictly torpedoes and armor-piercing bombs, and reloaded high explosive and fragmentation bombs for a second strike on the enemy. It would be difficult to take on the US Navy, but helping it was a risk worth taking. Then, just as the reloading was underway, we received unwelcome news. The US naval force had been spotted. Was this the US carrier force, or a smaller, less significant fleet of ships? The rumor was in a double. Should he continue the second strike on Midway, or should he once again refit his bombers to take on the US vessels? The rumor decided that he would push ahead with the second strike on Midway. His hope was that when the bombers returned, there would still be time to rearm them to take on the US ships. Even as he weighed the odds, the Japanese carriers were attacked by US bombers. Every available Japanese sailor fighter was scrambled before the US bombers would repel. Then came another report from reconnaissance units. The US force did indeed detect aircraft carriers. The rumor was once again on the spot. His aircraft were halfway through the reloading, but the US carriers were a much more important attack. It took a second. He decided to change their weapons yet again to attack the US force. But while he did so, his ships would be sinking bombs. Almost immediately, they came under attack from both by US torpedo bombers. But they were old and slow. They attacked without fighter support. As they approached the Japanese fleet, they were rapidly shot down. For a brief period, it looked as though Nagumo's gamble had paid off. Then, just as his bombers had been reloaded and were ready to take on the US carriers, disaster struck. US guide bombers, approaching unseen at high altitude, hurtled down the ships. The Japanese were caught completely by surprise. The Nagumo had gambled once too early, and was now at the mercy of American aircraft. Within 5 minutes, the US guide bombers had reduced 3 of Japan's largest aircraft carriers to floating wrecks. All too late to see. The fourth carrier, the Hiri, being masked by a Rudsel, and that afternoon mounted a desperate counter. The US carrier looked out with severe damage. It was torpedoed by a Japanese submarine several minutes later. But the Japanese fight back was short. Late in the afternoon that day, the Hiri was also and turned into a blazing fire. In a matter of hours, Japan's mastery of the sea had been destroyed.
attack on Midway Island achieved nothing. But it had cost Japan its finest cannons and 332 aircraft. Well over 2,000 sailors missing. America now ruled the waves of the sea. Yet Japan was still undefeated on land, and powerful threatened force in the air. In the coming months, it would try to maximize these advantages. By summer 1942, Japanese plans to build a defensive ring of occupied territories around their homeland had still not agreed. Heavy losses at sea had frustrated their attempts to grab Papua New Guinea and islands in the seas. Japanese planners now came up with a new plan. They couldn't do it by sea, they did it by land. On July 21st, the division-sized force of experienced jungle troops landed on the northern coast of Papua New Guinea. They immediately struck west to capture Port Moresby in Canada. Progress was swift at first. A small Australian defence force was completely outnumbered. Within weeks, the Japanese had captured the main pass over the Lower Stanley Mountains. They then halted to await reinforcements before the final push on Port Moresby. The Australians also mustered reinforcements. When the Japanese moved up again, they now met much stiffer resistance. For the first time, Japanese troops were up against men who matched them for training, experience, and morale. The Australians stood their ground. The Japanese were temporarily brought to a standstill. The conditions in the jungle were unfair. There was constant tropical wind. Malaria was frightful. The Australians were eventually again forced to retreat. After 2 months of grim fighting, the Japanese were within 30 miles of Port Moresby. Then, finally, U.S. reinforcements arrived. Through September and October, the Japanese were, in their turn, forced back. The Japanese may have been low, but suicidal stand. Many chose to die fighting rather than surrender. took the Allies another 2 months before the Japanese were finally there. It's a beautiful 15,000 Japanese troops had embarked on the operation. Only 3,000 got away. The Japanese were in trouble. They lost at sea. They were now rapidly losing the initiative on land. Collective military might was a statement. There was only one alternative left: air might. So in the summer of 1942, Japanese engineers began building a string of airships for crossings. One was on the island of Guadalcanal in the southern Solomon Islands. It was particularly well situated with the threatened US convoys heading for Australia. It would become the focus of a epic battle. In July 1942, an amphibious force of US Marines invaded the island. They landed without resistance. The plan was to capture the half-built airstrip, complete it, and then turn it into a US base. But the Japanese were not ready to give up. That night they sent in a naval force to ban reinforcements and to attack the fleet of US ships supporting the Marines. In a dazzling display of night fighting, the Japanese cruisers sank 4 Allied warships and drove the rest out to sea. The Marines were now marooned, without supplies, and without much support. They dug in around their sea. Despite constant bombardment, using construction machinery left behind by the Japanese, they pushed ahead with the use of the air. Two weeks later, a group of US Wildcat fighters launched the Sky Bombers II. They were not alone in this. The next day, newly arrived Japanese troops launched a series of suicidal attacks on the airstrip. Over the following months, wave after wave, fanatical troops were thrown into the battle. By the winter of 1922, the two sides had brought themselves to a stance. Both now dug in to defensive positions. Then, in December, the exhausted US Marines were replaced by fresh troops. US soldiers now began a new push on the increasingly isolated pockets of Japanese resistance. By early February, 1943, the Americans had finally won control of Guam. They were now beating the Japanese at sea and on land. They had equal denied them access to the air. The Oriental Blitzkrieg had failed. The Japanese Empire now faced a foe that was still growing in strength at a rate it could never hope for. It was the beginning of a fundamental shift in the course of As Hitler marched triumphantly across Western Europe near the summer of 1940, his fellow dictator Italy, Mussolini, dreamt of a similar, though very slight. His dream was to build a new Roman Empire that would see Italy expand not only along the northern Mediterranean coast, but south through North Africa. He would turn the Mediterranean into a Mare Nostrum, our sea. But it was a dream that would turn into a disaster. It would lead to, of course, Mussolini's death and fate overextend his German ally. At the start of the war, Italy already controlled Libya and Abyssinia, the open there. Mussolini calculated that if he could take British control of Egypt and Sudan, he would be able to create a slave Italian-controlled territory. It looked like an easy campaign. Italy had 10 times more troops in the region than Britain. In September 1940, Mussolini invaded Egypt and captured the small coastal town of Sidi-Marat. There, the Italians stopped and dug it. Britain gathered all available forces for a counterattack. On December 6, 1940, they moved in across the desert. Just 4 days later, they overran the Italian defenses. Nearly 40,000 Italians were taken prisoner. It was the first time the Italian army was in full fighting. The remaining defeated Italians retreated back across the Libyan border. The British followed in hot pursuit. In their number, the Western Desert Force was called and advanced almost 600 miles across the Libya. It now forced the Libyan of the Libyan coastal town of El Agheil.
Almost half of Italy's Libyan Empire had been seized, with over 100,000 Italian troops taking position. Meanwhile, in the south, British forces invaded Italian-controlled Rudsel. Fighting lasted for nearly 12 months. The rugged terrain made communications and transport difficult. But in the end, the Italians were forced to surrender. But even as Abyssinia was being secured, Mussolini's empire building was causing problems in another part of the Mediterranean. Nearly 2 years later, in April 1939, as part of his plan for a new Roman Empire, Mussolini reoccupied Albania. The following year, he demanded Greece become an Italian colony. When the Greeks refused, he invaded. The Greeks were outnumbered more than 2 to 1, but they swiftly turned back the Italian advance. By the beginning of March 1941, the Italians had not only been pushed out of Greece, but much of neighboring Albania too. Britain's Prime Minister, Winston Churchill, promised help so the Greeks could finish the job. But Britain's forces were already heavily committed elsewhere. So it was that the British units in North Africa were told to abandon their picnic adventure and ship much of the force across the Mediterranean to Albania. As the Italian troops were now pushed back, Mussolini's Balkan ambitions fell apart. The Italians were in deep trouble. It left Hitler with a problem. Should he divert troops from elsewhere in Europe to support his most important European ally, or should he abandon Mussolini to his fate? He decided to go. In April 1941, over 500,000 German troops swept down to Yugoslavia from Greece. For Germany, it would prove to be the beginning of a fateful entanglement with Mussolini's political dreams. But at first, all went well. The Greeks, despite British help, were unable to hold the Germans back, and in late April, the Axis forces captured the Greek capital of Athens. Some 30,000 men were evacuated to the British-controlled island of Crete. Hitler decided to flush them. He had at his command some 22,000 parachute and guided-borne troops, backed up by 150 stupid guide-bombers. The landings began the first fight on May 10th. To
on the main airfields. The Allied forces were overstretched. There were incessant German air attacks. The Germans soon captured the airfields and began to fire the forces. The Allies pushed back across the island. 2 weeks later, it was all over. 15,000 Allied troops had to be evacuated. A further 18,000 were taken prisoner. The Axis powers now controlled much of the Mediterranean and the critical supply routes to North Africa. It looked as though Hitler's decision to support Mussolini had paid off. He was poised to drive Britain out of the entire region. In February 1941, the junior German general arrived at the Libyan port of Tripoli. Erwin Rommel was one of the rising stars of the German army and had been chosen by Hitler as a man to rescue his Italian ally and retake North Africa for the Axis powers. The first innings of his African War was soon. Some 16,000 men and over 100 tanks had been diverted from the European. The Axis forces rapidly outnumbered the British troops, depleted by the war in Greece and Crete. Rommel advanced towards the British positions at El Agheira and attacked. As the British fell back, Rommel pursued. In a matter of weeks, the Allied soldiers pushed all the way back to the Egyptian border. But in the retreat, a division of Australian troops had been cut off by the Germans in the Libyan port of Tobruk. The British commander, Sir Archibald Wavell, now launched 2 successive attacks to Libya. Both were fought on by Rommel's now well-encamped troops. The Germans massively outgunned the British. Their 80mm anti-aircraft guns and Luftwaffe's tanks far outranged the British. Moreover, Rommel took advantage of the wide landscape to drive his tanks around the British forces, outflanking them time and time again. It would become his training tactic. The British press, half grudgingly, half admiringly, nicknamed Rommel the Desert Fox. For Wavell, it was too much. Now exhausted, he was replaced by General Claude Auchinleck. Auchinleck came under the immediate pressure to try again to relieve the Allied troops in Tobruk. But he refused until his forces had been reinforced.
Then, on November 18, 1941, he launched a major assault. Operation Crusader started with a lengthy armored dogfight. Again, British tanks suffered heavy casualties, but the infantry slowly moved forward. Finally, after a month of confused fighting, Rommel retreated, took Italy. The Axis units fell back along the coast, all the way to their starting point at El Agüero. All the next military command now assumed Rommel was a spent force, at least for the time being. Its units were dispersed in bases along the coast for a battle relief. It was easy. Two months later, January 1942, Rommel's Africa Corps was back on route. It quickly brushed aside the former units of a now unprepared British army. Chase along the coast of Africa began all over again. The Allies fell back towards a new defensive line just west of Gibraltar. Here, a series of defensive positions known as the Zara line were destroyed. Rommel attacked at the end of May 1942. Once again, he swung his arm around the British forces in a great outflanking movement that came in behind the British positions. But this time the British were prepared and tried in turn to outflank Rommel. The fighting lasted 23 weeks, as each side tried to outmaneuver the other. Eventually, the British were forced to retreat. 3 days later, the Germans overran the Allied positions. Rommel pressed those advantage. The British withdrawal threatened to become a rout. Finally, Opilé turned to face his enemy at the Egyptian village of El Alamein. His southern flank rested on the Qatar depression, an area impassable to tanks. On July 1st, 1942, Rommel attacked again. Defenses held. Rommel, his byline stretched, and now series short of fuel was forced to give up. Now Walker attempted a counter. For the rest of July, the two sides pushed at each other like exhausted boxers. Churchill was furious at the lack of British progress and now visited it. It was time for yet another change of leadership. Walker was replaced by not one, but two generals. General Harold Alexander was commander-in-chief near East, and General Bernard Montgomery was commander of Cape Town. The British and Axis forces had fought each other to a standstill. There was no clear winner, and the fate of North Africa still hung in the balance. Everything would now depend on whether the British could throttle Axis supplies across the Mediterranean. For the first months of World War II, the Allies had enjoyed unchallenged control of the Mediterranean Sea. Britain's oil supplies from the Middle East passed through it undisturbed. Communications with the Empire, India, and the Far East were secure. Italy's entry into the war changed. Its naval fleet was modern and well equipped. The Italians now concentrated their fire on the strategically crucial British-controlled island of Malta. The island was an important refueling base for British submarines and aircraft in the eastern Mediterranean. It had become the center of the Royal Navy attacks on Italian and German supply convoys to North Africa. In summer 1940, Italy bombed. It was the beginning of a 2-year assault, which would inflict terrible suffering on the island's population. Yet for all Malta's strategic significance, Britain was caught on the hop. There were no fighter aircraft on the island to lead off the attacks. Then, almost by accident, 4 Gladiator fighter biplanes were found in crates on the island. They were hastily assembled. The aircraft put up a fierce resistance. For 3 weeks, the fate of Malta remained uncertain. Then finally, British fighter reinforcements arrived, and the Italian bombers were temporarily beaten. But it was now obvious to the British that they had to do something if they were to keep a toehold in the region. That winter, Britain launched what it hoped would be a knockout blow against the Italian Navy. 21 swordfish torpedo bombers lifted off an aircraft carrier. A threatening of the Italian fleet and heavy space interruption. The Italians had expected. It was 6 battleships with 4 months later, Britain struck again. The Italian fleet was again brought off guard off the coast of Greece. A fourth Italian battleship was damaged. Mussolini's challenge to the British Navy was finished. It was a turning point for Hitler, too. It was now clear that Italy could no longer be depended on to maintain control of the Mediterranean. It led his supply lines to North Africa when risk of being cut off. Germany decided to take a direct act. In early 1941, the Luftwaffe bombed Malta. The island took another severe bounty. Attacks continued month after month. Yet the British garrison hung on. During an interview with the German bombardment in autumn 1941, it even managed to stem up its attacks on the Axis supply convoys to North Africa. Then the Luftwaffe resumed itself. But despite the battery, the people of Malta held on. The following spring, April 1942, they received a new for the areas of them shown in the 4 months of devastating Axis bombardment. The island was awarded the George Cross, Britain's highest award for civilian courage. But by the summer of 1942, Malta was running short of supplies and ammunition. In mid-June, the British Navy sent convoys from Gibraltar and Egypt to Libya. But the Germans were waiting. Just 2 of the 17 ships got through. The situation on the island was getting different. It was time for some decisive action. In August, Britain launched Operation Crazy, the biggest convoy ever sent to Malta. 40 merchant ships entered the Mediterranean through the Straits of Gibraltar. They were accompanied by a large naval escort. Almost immediately, they ran into German opposition. For 3 days, there was a ferocious street battle, as Axis submarines and aircraft attempted to stop and sink the colony. Finally, on the 4th day, 5 of the British merchant ships began. They brought with them just enough supplies to keep the pirate going. Malta could be rescued. The Allies could continue to harass the Axis supply lines to Malta. It was a strategic advantage that would prove crucial to future events. In North Africa, Churchill's orders to the two Generals Alexander and Montgomery were simple: destroy the army commanded by Field Marshal Rommel. Almost immediately, they were informed by the team that had broken Germany's Enigma code that Rommel was preparing to attack. Montgomery assumed that Desert Crossing would try another of his outflanking moves and fortified the ridge of Al Alfa just to the southeast of El Alamein. It was, he hoped, the rock on which the Axis forces would be broken. When it came, the fighting lasted for 3 days. This time, Allied ground forces were helped by air. The RAF played havoc with the advancing German tanks. Rommel was forced to give, and, short of fumigating, he pulled back. It was now Rommel's turn to begin. He chose a line between the impassable sand sea of the Patara Depression and the Mediterranean coast. Great beds of minefields were covered by artillery. Rommel's Panzer divisions were held up as a mobile reserve to destroy any Allied forces. Montgomery was well aware it was important to have. Also, it was impossible to outflank him. His only option was to punch his way directly through the middle of the Axis defenses. He was helped by a flight of new equipment from the United States, which included the new American medium Sherman tanks with 75mm guns. At last, the Allies had a weapon which would match the Germans. Finally, on the evening of October 23rd, 1942, the British opened up an artillery bombardment on Rommel's positions.
Under cover of the bombardment, Allied engineers moved forward to clear paths through the Axis line. British, Australia, New Zealand, and South African divisions fought to drive a hole through Rommel's defences. Rommel's artillery took a terrible toll. Casualties mounted on both sides. The Axis forces were harried by Allied aircraft. Finally, after 10 days of fighting, the Allied forces broke through. The following day, Rommel retreated. It was Germany's first major defeat at the hands of the Western Allies. Churchill was triumphant.
Ah, this is not bad. It is not even the beginning of the end. But it is perhaps the end of the beginning.
For 2.5 months, Montgomery chased Rommel west along the North African coast towards Tunisia. Meanwhile, an Anglo-American force had landed 1,000 miles to his rear in French North Africa, Morocco and Algeria today. It was codenamed Operation Torch. The Allied First Army was soon moving eastwards towards Tunisia. Rommel was in danger of being attacked from behind. Over the next few days, the Germans flew tens of thousands of troops from Europe to sail on and shore up the German position in North Africa. Finally, late February 1943, Rommel, reinforced, set up a new defensive line 100 miles inside Tunisia and turned to attack Montgomery's advancing forces. But Montgomery had been forewarned by the Enigma boat, and his troops were waiting as the German tanks rolled forward. British artillery broke up the assault, and the panzers were quickly held. It was Rommel's last battle in North Africa. He now returned to Germany to beg Hitler to abandon the North African campaign. But Hitler refused. It was a misjudgment. As Montgomery's 8th Army now pushed up from the south, the Anglo-American First Army squeezed it from the west. On May 7th, U.S. forces took the port of Rudsel. The British 7th Army Division, famous desert rats, drove into Tunis. The Allies' inset closed, Axis troops in China. 5 days later, 250,000 German and Italian soldiers surrendered. It was more than twice the number that had surrendered at Stalingrad 4 months earlier. For Germany, it was another momentous disaster. The following day, British Regional Commander-in-Chief, General Howard Alexander, signalled this to Churchill: "Sir, it is my duty to report that all enemy resistance has ceased. We are the masters of the North African shores." Mussolini's gamble in North Africa had taken a terrible toll on German resources. It was about to have even more serious consequences for both him and Germany. In January 1933, at a conference in the Moroccan city of Casablanca, Churchill and Roosevelt agreed to open a new front on German dominated Europe. The obvious target was Italy, seriously weakened by its North African failures. The only question was, where should the invasion begin? Should the route go via Sardinia or Sicily? The Allied High Command chose the Sicilian route, but to throw the Germans off the scent, they organized a deception. Operation Rudsel was launched. A corpse was dropped off the shores of Spain, carrying false papers. When it was washed ashore, May 1943, the papers passed to the Germans. They revealed that the Allies would pretend to attack Sicily, but that their real target was Sardinia. The Enigma code breakers soon confirmed the Germans had fallen for it. 6 weeks later, the British 8th Army under Montgomery landed in the southeast corner of Sicily. The Italian coastal troops presented huge problems. Further west, the US 7th Army landed in the Gulf of Guinea. The Italian resistance was again overwhelmed. For the Italian people, the invasion of Sicily was the final liberation. Mussolini was overthrown in unpopular uprising. The new government now opened secret talks with the Allies for an armistice. For him, it was another night. He was now forced to pour into yet more scarce resources to protect his southern flank. He told his commanders that even if Italy surrendered, then he should fight on. In 5 weeks, the Germans had been pushed out of Sicily. The Allies now
crossed to the mainland and pushed out through the country. US troops moved up the west side. British troops moved up the east. Germans fought back savagely all the way. Even so, Naples fell to the Allies on October 1st, 1940. But then their progress was slow by heavy rains and skillful German rearguard attacks. It was not until the end of November that Allied forces finally reached the Rudsel line, the first of a series of German defensive positions cutting across Italy. British troops managed to break through the east line of the line, but winter was setting in, and bad weather forced them to halt. Nevertheless, in the west, US forces attempted to outflank the German defenses by taking to the sea.
We landed on January 22nd, 1944, 60 miles to the north of Point Provenza.
But here, amidst fierce fighting, they were pinned down and nearly driven back into the sea. The Americans remained trapped at Anzio, the rest of the winter, and was destroyed. Meanwhile, in the center of Italy, beginning to break the Gustav line, was a towering Monte Cassino mountain complex. As spring came, there was a series of attempts to capture it. Each assault failed. In desperation, the Allies bombed the historic monastery on the summit. But the Germans hung on. Finally, in late spring 1944, as the weather improved, the Allied forces broke through the German lines. Simultaneously, the Americans broke out of Anzio. The Allied forces now moved swiftly north to Rome. The Italian capital was liberated on June 4, 1941. For Hitler, it was another blow. He was now hanging on to Italy by his fingernails. The Allies continued to push north. The German defenders finally fell back to the formidable Gothic line, just north of Mons. Here, bad weather again brought the Allied advance to a halt. It wouldn't be until the spring of 1945 that the campaign could resume, and Italy responded. By then, the Italians had had enough of Mussolini. He was captured by Italian partisan forces and shot. His corpse was hung by its heels. Mussolini's war had been a catastrophe for himself and his country. It had also left the German southern flank dangerously exposed. The German army was now overcommitted, short of troops, and retreating on both fronts.
Respectiva, o que foi.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of War Memories with Emerald Numbers 67. Emerald Numbers are the reward. Oh man, yeah, definitely. That's wonderful. started both saying hi guys, how was you? Very good. Um, you already was in your Germany as States. So do you want him? That's all I thought it was like, okay, yeah, we'll get him. Pro gamer again? Oh, pro gamer. I got that wrong. Alright, Chad, I'm not ignoring. Yeah, and also I can get rid of it if you want that. Just if you want that. There you go. Let's help the boy out. Right now, I think I'm at 2,000 silver lions reward. You could. Oh, it's reality. Talk about him. What? That's fine. Oh, costs a lot of money, buddy. Got a million? Yeah, no, I haven't recovered from this yet. I did buy one plane too, so I mean, I did buy like one English plane. Yep, that. So the next day I was going back to that, so I kind of raised up. I just thought, what's that? Oh, I've got these things on the plane, but the mouse will get me a lot further. You know what I'm saying? Like, the mouse was like an investment, basically. I think. Then the chat said, hi. Well, hello, good evening. Hi, how are you today, buddy? And not evening, I think good morning, how are you there? Maybe not, maybe it's only like 11:42. It's almost to midnight. You bought a plane? Yeah, fine. Still. I bought it. I thought it was free to play. Well, with Silver Lions, of course. That I got from bragging. Yeah. I know. I know. 10:14. I'll take it. I don't know why I always do it 7.
and thinking of it. Joining in halfway through the conversation. Oh, yeah, no. We were talking about it. I said, how come I don't have more silver lions? And I told him I wouldn't spawn in on why I have more silver lions. Of course, you were saying, we're kind of trying to use the more silver lions to buy, things like airplanes and kind of go back to where we kind of before. There's no reason to buy my lack of silver lions. Otherwise, and almost the rest of the 7 hours ahead. 7 hours ahead of UK? No, I can't be right. Oh, 7 hours ahead. What is it? Okay, they're 7 hours ahead of us. I'm sorry, I'm right. That's what I was thinking, right? I'm not thinking properly. Spending time on it. So it's 7 o'clock. It's exactly up from here. Stop the film. Somebody over there. Yep. Somebody got corner now. Oh no. One like right here. Right here. Right. I think this is 29. That's what I orange this track. I did not fully take it, but be aware of don't know. Some top smoke or he got shot with smoke. I'm not really sure what it is, but he got smoke. Look like real way. And I mean, I love that. To be honest, I'm still not able to do anything about it. Good. I hate it too. Yeah, I do. Yeah, buddy, very good, correct? Yeah, you like that? That's my outfit. No gun. No, I have no idea. Nope. Think about. There we go. I can get back up that. You're good. Just throw it down. I can't repair the tank because I can't even stop moving. No, I have the repairs. I do. No, it's not a matter of that. It's a matter of I can't even stop to do it because it would like cause me to basically sit still, which would then allow you to turtle, which is now taking it apart, or the other one taking it apart. The one in front of me got killed. What's this for? This is the dumbest man. I don't know. I just took it out and grabbed again. There we go. Finally. There's the turtle. Yeah. Anyways, how you doing? Oh, I'm doing good. Hi, how about yourself, everybody? Hope it is wonderful and thanks as well. Okay. Fine. Anything good for dinner? I was in mac and cheese last night. Terrible crazy. I was good that a lot, however. No, I think he crashed. I got something like that. Oh, you, bro. He didn't even look for still. Crashed. Yes, my window was off. Yeah, he's talking, and I said, don't know where he went. I'm here. does get exactly, but everyone lost it. Do you have anything with the vaccine? Now, sometimes, well, I use hot dogs, but the vaccine, but the hot dogs, I guess you don't push the button, so yeah, I don't push the button on that one at all. I mean, I guess technically you could put it on a bun if you want to cook up a hot dog and just put this for the next step. What in the absolute? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what you wanted. That's what you wanted in life. That's what you wanted to do. Look at him run. Oh, that's so funny. So yeah, are these a hospital or what in the world is this? Already starting to go. You're a chopper. That's what you players. And boss, that's it. Nothing's upset. I was going to ask.
story of the spot during that.
Oh yeah.
What the hell? Call up there, rejected by the rep or whatever. Call. Is that they're fully out? Sample can't be healed or back. So how that works? You have to leave the state. You're not even allowed to stay. Um, they can't stay in the locker room. You have to go. But if you get ejected, if you're done, your night is over. You go ahead and take a shower and you're done. Riley says, hello, Riley. How are you today? Yeah, right now we're full, buddy. So we do that. Okay, but I don't know, I got shot in the side by a teammate. Would have to know who that was, would you? Yo, bros. Yo, L-Dog, what's up? So weird, your marker keeps showing up on my tank, and then I keep getting hit. Very strange. Yeah, I dropped the top. I thought it was on. Is that meant for me? All has to be metal coat. Oh! No. Oh, okay, no. That was terrible timing. That was terrible timing. Oh, Jimmy's caught in a video. I hate that. Fucking. And then he exploded. Oh my god. Alright. That was pretty tragic. Alright. Watch that happen. But I think that work with that. I got another one of those things. That's why. Come on, boys. Lock in for the best squad. Oh, L-Dog. How are you doing? So they're all out, or do they have a certain amount of time? So when it's in static, it's 3 out. So when you're seeing the bed, it's 3 out. You strike out, you strike out, or like a small play, grapple, thrown out, or That's correct. Okay, yeah. So technically, so it's up to that car, up to that or that, whatever. Good. Okay, well, we're all concept. Oh, yeah, 3 hours, 15. So, there's 9 minutes. So, you have 9 times up to that. Unless you're winning at the home team. This is actually after the team coming back. At which point you don't get another back. And that because you're already winning. You already won the game. With the home team back last. So if you're up 2-2, the 9th inning, the top of the 9th inning, the home team's up 3-2. If you doesn't score a run and tie it or advance, higher or 6 then yeah. Because home team gets back and then going back. One. Step on it there. Here now. Yes. And they're gonna be good. I got one down my ass. Don't even know. Wait, was it our own teammates or was it one of theirs? scoring work is only home runs that score points. So you score if you manage to run one base at a time all the way around. I do. Yeah, home base is final base and all the way around it, yeah. Anywhere that's home base, that's the run scored. So long as the third out is for third out. Cross or they go out and go to a day. Kilometers an hour, let's see how fast we get over there. I'll tell you, 18 kilometers an hour. There's a whole bunch of them. Right. Well, is that a watercraft? Yeah. Okay. Right. A little bit expected, a little bit not kind of thing. Well, you know what? It is only 1 point, so it makes something happen. My amazing theory. Yeah, go ahead with it.
Alright.
Oh, for Christ's sake. It don't matter. It don't matter. Oh, by the time I get here, no one's here, and west, the heavy rumble of artillery began at night. Both sides dug into the border, going down the French military. East, the Germans fought now, on their way to the night. In the south, the C-7 dragged into the southern trouble. And here was Ocean. And Ocean was 71. Largely along the soldiers used there, and it was really silent surrounding the 12 yards there were 6 hundred killers. This likely rapidly from the seriousness.
solution that whole body in a way and without because it's in the same side of the so the childhood what do you want? What? Boy. I guess it's not that and I'm sorry.
Stand right out of the waiting.
I got the nuts. The reading is the whatever I do, listen, I'm to find it.
No.
What's this? Don't you recognize it? It's dispensing. Okay, there's an order. What order? Mask off. That's the foot. That's it. I'll give you a court martial.
software. But when you're talking to them,
My daughter had that. Don't trust the angelic things. Everyone is studying. Ten little brought together. And the other, all right, don't you? Let's do a prayer and a battle. The year has been something to me every very in that day. That's just another one.
you're a real loser here.
Such a dark limit. And all of you alone. You have to look at over very heavy combat. More than my well. You're a fool, Magnus. You have everything. You're all smart.
What? I think that they'll get them from
Tell me what you want. Stood there. I let go. It was good shit. You know? It gets tired. January.
What do you think? Holiday afterlights?
Was die Urlose Hausnummer heute wordt voor de eerste madrassen toppers en werk. Naar mensen.com met het beste matras van Nederland. Als je het afzoekt.
Yes, Robert. 4 soldiers ready to squad.
Soldiers binocular, I. Soldiers check for company. How?
People bring all soldiers. Something. What is it?
I don't understand. Soldier which way? Fire?
What am I? What am I? I need to report.
Soldier buildings.
Maybe someone else knows. I would say anyone else knows.
Where in the coast?
Exactly. What is it like now? That's usually what's going to happen. Everyone take off their clothes.
What's there's no killer from here.
All talk. Shoes like that. These colonists are people we want to support the bloody business. Okay, so, anyway, proper footwork, very easy. You guys have to get ready. Take any of your blood out and do that. 40 minutes rest. Okay. It's obvious.
Sonia.
Sonia, have you ever received this feedback? He died about October of his entire company as part of one of the wachttijd divisions of the people for this surrounding the guys.
So what's that sound? I want to tell you what's that now. That's what you can get for that.
It started with what happened. So,
The past move. You can't figure it out.
what's exactly
I. Coming home. Oh, and you. That's what it takes to find that.
right?
Significant weapons. 6 weapons. Green flag. Everyone. Yeah. very big diagrams. Come on. By that time, you're working on a line. Als je het nou heel goed proces van de vader, toen ze niet de vader was, en ze aardig zijn te weten. Dat was wat. Wat? Dat je nou bij dat is. En je vraagt wat. Where should we sit? No! Stop! There's no time for that. Oh, you? I don't need a money. I know. Oh. Find a way to keep her. That's it. Afraid of you. But that's what we understand. It's cold. Close. I'm something like I want to stumble. Well, it's slow. All in the same way. Watch that. Just a little powder red on it. See? Yeah. What time is it? I'm supposed to come. In the morning. Everything is in order. But not bad. Broken. It's no more. Sorry. He said, next time. Well, that's good. That's it. Used to have an hour and a half. Great. Never decided to be civil. Look at wrong. Flat out yes. It's kind of so. Listen to the cop that one. And the force of the two prisoners out with me. One day that cop is away. People don't see them. They don't put on railway and the phone is around. No doubt. I'll have stone.
reflecting their questions.
Having arthritis and especially in the side effects are really difficult. Oltre tutto difficile, salute ragazzi si preoccupate, penso di dire, penso di stesso.
Super.
16. Got it. Come on.
So 60. You can't stop them.
I can't stop me. It's hard. What's left of that? I sent these to the location. Until I fall, I have to fight. Around the gun. But how? Because that I'm missing now. Every process of doing well has to step on it. And the next thing I'm like, yeah. Another place to try. Another place to like, you know, where it's a piece of that. How to do it. So the way that was that, don't use that second ball was coming. Now see now.
out for a walk now. Het is erg, maar voor sommige mensen is afvallen gewoon lastig. Tijd voor een andere aanpak. Met weddenschap en gewichtsverlies met hulp van een geregistreerde arts. Gewoon vanaf huis. En zo geeft het meer strijd en meer resultaat. Het.com. Stel je voor dat elke hoek van je keuken net zo indrukwekkend is als die show. Maar het beste deel van het samenkomen, de espresso is. Waar een batterij zorgt dat er zowel binnen als buitenmaaltijden worden gemaakt. En waar je in het handelsbedrijf een familierecept nog lekkerder maakt. Want er zijn keukens. En dan is er niks meer. I brought
Ouch.
Not inside.
I'll bring it. I know where it is.
Where's the curtains going?
Oh, well, thanks. Something happened. And what was that one? Really has my heart trust. Argument. That's what I did. More than help with the work and that. And the whole world is one. More than always. And beautiful life.
zul je zonder dek door de constant door. Naar voren. Zorg voor je veiligheid weer. Kijk alles aan de kant, zodat je een goede ruimte hebt. Naar voren. Doe op 2 maal. Voor. En terug. Laatste. Blijf staan op de plaats. Dan gaan we omhoog op de tegenstand. Kom er omhoog. Ook weer blijft gewoon recht. Dan maak je zo'n pak omhoog met je voet. En je benen. En goed. Even laag. Gewoon stappen. Hoog op je benen. Blijf hier. Nog 4. En gewoon stappen laag. Dan heb je 4 stappen naar voren. En 4 stappen naar achteren. Kom maar. Terug. 1, 2, 3, 4 en terug. Laatste 2 keer. Laatste. Hoog op de benen. Hoog. En laag. En blijf bij je staan. Zet je 3 klein stukje uit elkaar. De hand op de heupen. En ik maak je heupen iets naar voren. En doe je ene en zet je naar achter. Je blijft ook die stappen. Schouders naar laag getrokken. Dan mag je arm laten hangen. Handpalmen wijzen naar voren. Duim naar buiten. En dan je de armen stijf laten naar omhoog. Doe maar mee. Wil je de schouderspier opwarmen? Dat nodig hebt. Laatste 8. Nog 8 keer. 7, 6, 5. Laatste 4. 2. Stap op de plaats. Even hoog op de tenen. Opgewarmd. Hoog stappen. Het tempo gaat iets omhoog in de studio. Opgewarmd tempo en klaar voor de hartslagoefeningen. Stap even mee. Sluit ze bij je kin en schopjes omhoog. Kijk naar voren. Ga de schopjes laag. Sluit ze bij je kin. Strek goed je rug. Buikspieren aanspannen. Kijk naar voren. Maak schopjes. Met de tien naar voren en de pen opzij. En opzij. Ga een klein beetje van de voet mee. Met de pen opzij. Heel goed. Kijk naar voren en pen opzij. 4. Nog 2. En stappen. Achter stappen. Kom er staan voor de kniebuigingen. Vuist naar voren. Laag. En stap naar voren. Smalle kniebuigingen. Vuist naar de kniebuigingen. Lekker weg. En stappen kansverder. Achter stappen. Vuisten bij de kin. En schopjes om en om. Naar voren. Heel goed. Naar voren. Let op. Goed naar voren en pen opzij. Kijk dat je in het lichaam. Want het lekker gedaan is. En draai. 4, 3. En stappen. Achter stappen. En je mag weer staan. Vuist op de heupen. Handen buiten. Vuist op de voren. Nog de vuisten. Zijn er maar 2 keer. Maar dat werkt wel hoor. Hartslag gaat omhoog. De adem omhoog. Handen gaat omhoog. Centraal voor de benen. Deze mensen heel wat voor dragen en daarom is het belangrijk dat je het houden. Maar dit is niet zeggen. Op de hand gaan kijken als je dan hebt, kan je het zo maken. Dan staat een klein stukje aan elkaar, waar ze aan op de heuvel, op de heen, zijwaarts verder, op heen, op terug. Langzaam heen en langzaam terug. Echt een balans is goed. En dan je balans te bewaren als je thuis weer aanspannen. Stap er heen. En je ziet dat je controleren. En dan weer terug. We gaan er allemaal een klein beetje nodig hebt, dan kan het rond van de naar de botten. Voor een paar puntjes. Laatste stuk. Laatste stuk. Laatste spannen houden. Laatste stuk. En de laatste. Stukje nemen los. En dan houd je weer terug. En dan moet je los bewaren en pak je zelfs erbij. Dan ga je voor twee. Zelfde tempo, maar dan gaan we het niet redden. Laat je handen terug. Borst op en schouders laag. Stap even. Stap. Dan het handen. Stap in licht gebogen, buikspieren aangespannen. En terug. En dan lekker wandel staan met twee voeten. En de lijn op. En de laatste. Vijf van een kopje scherp. En laatste. En zodat je een korte span hebt. Even wat gaat liggen, wat makkelijker dan de andere kant. Vijf van de twee. Op. Laatste. En dan denk je dan. Kijk. Pak je schoenen maar bij en een paar gewichten. Dan lang het goed door. We gaan het even doen. Je gaat zitten. Je doet de voorkant van je stoel. Je bent recht terug en trek je schouders laag. De armen kruist in de borst en je buiten de voeten. Trek je schouders laag. Buiten uit je heupen. Kijk even naar achter. Rug bij rechts. En de voorkant buiten de voeten aanspannen. En dat is goed. En blijf vast. Probeer je nek iets te ontspannen. Kun je niet een beetje terug te trekken. En terug. Even los. Ga je nog een keer. Armen gekruist voor de borst. Uit je heupen. Achter. En je rug mooi recht neutraal. Ontspannen. Je kunt dan eigenlijk vanzelf aan de voorkant de buikspieren op. Maar je bent vast. En nog een herhaling. Buikspieren staan prima op de stoel. En de schouders. Richten omhoog in een hoek van 90 graden. Goed de ellebogen in de zij. En dan de ellebogen naar boven. Fijn. Op en terug. Probeer die hoek van 90 graden te houden. Ellebogen op. Mooi rechte rug. Trek je buikspieren aan.
Bewegen echt vanuit de schouders. Rust. En dan weer nog een keer doen. Voor de schouders. In de 90 graden. Elleboog aan. Elleboog op. Los. Gedaan hoor. Nou, weer staan. En stappen. Samen langs. En samen op de boventoon. Heel mooi als je Met mijn simpel bestaan het 20 jaar en een prijs. Sowieso niet je eigen Het zou wel simpel kunnen zijn.
Nederland voor de 1000ste wedstrijd in de geschiedenis van het WK Tokio Japan. 10 uur 's avonds, in het terrein, 5 uur 's nachts in Phoenix en 1 uur 's middags in Tokio. Dat is ook het WK voor Nederland. Een totaal ander tijdsgebied waarin de wedstrijden worden uitgevoerd. En waar die wordt gespeeld. Een late avond in Rudsel. Maar er wordt altijd 25 graden. Dus de dag super serieus geweest in de terrein. Dus als ik dan lekker op zo'n laat was, zeer vol stadion de wedstrijd te spelen. Het is niet van Nederland natuurlijk. Dus ik wil kijken naar de concurrentie. Alles is zelf. Zo'n kleine wedstrijd doet. Afgelopen avond. Dat is bijvoorbeeld Japan met de schoenen overzet tegen de Space. Daar is een ander types. Dat zijn dan echt wedstrijden die coach op straat hebben gezet. En die zo voor de staat. De wedstrijd. Als de andere. De vlaggen. De experts. En de scheidsrechters. En daarachter de grote wissels. Bendia en Seco en Sugarara staan in de basisstelling. Voorop bij Japan. Jan Takura, de Ajax-speler, hij maakt de basis en bij de uitvallen van Wataru Endo, die aanvoerder van Japan. Het is de 1000ste wedstrijd ooit gespeeld over elkaar 96 jaar geleden. Was de allereerste 1000ste. Dat is bij stilgestaan. En gelijk te zeggen, het is een mens gekomen in de WK 2024 en gewoon 100 wedstrijden. Gelijk aan de WK-geschiedenis toernooi alleen al. En daar naar voren is het toernooi 1000 gekomen. En ook bij die 1000ste natuurlijk de volgende erbij kwam. Normaal gesproken is Rudsel tegenstander in deze groep. Nou, ja, ik ben er ook niet tegen wat is van de tegenstander. En ik heb het maar een geweld. Ik moet dat zelf een beetje aanhouden. Ik ga wat een sabotage. Ja, dus dan moet je spelen. Ja, ja, laten we aan. Dat is de onze heerlijk uitgekomen. Dan deze sequentie. Die zijn gekomen, maar die laten we van tevoren. Wij voor ons de wetenschap even naar de heel veel waar was aan de opstelling. Dus dat is verloren van 200 man en niet. De Nederlandse jongens. Maar ook de basis helemaal niet meer af te kijken. En deze selectie is ook een van de spelers. En het veld is gekomen. De basisopstelling. De laatste. Nou ja, ook middenwijs. 4 stuks, vooral achterin. Met 2 Ajax-spelers. Een jas. Basisopstelling. Nou, Tanaka. Deze speler. Van Iran. Geblesseerd is. En antwoord, ja, is toch wel tegen Nederland. In zijn basisplaats in Kijk voor mij, ja, de slotspeler. Moet je daar nog wat plaatsnemen. Ja, hij is opeens opstart voor de WK. Ook nooit na in de wedstrijd met de WK is nooit geslagen. Dus hij zegt dat er een mooie maar nog nooit na een wedstrijd in de langs. Dus dat we naderhand de bol voor de laten nemen. Ja, en dan ook nog vast met deze bondscoach. Als je een mooi jas hebt, dan is het gewoon meer dan 100 wedstrijden basis voor zijn team. Stabiliteit bij de Japanners tegenover overgrote programma's van de divisie. Er staan natuurlijk signaals, snel effect. Bij de wereldkampioen van voetbal, dan gaan we zien in deze wedstrijd. Deze Japan behoorlijk voor Nederland. Bij de nieuwe manschappen, nou dan de basis
Straße, ich glaube, mein Stopp. Stanno via Straße. Bijna naar de kop, zou het zijn. En nog meer bij dan. Helemaal over de lijn. Ik kan er even in ieder geval. Dat wordt dan nog maar gekeken. Praten, luisteren. Kijken weer. Ja, dit was het eerste. Ze staan al achter. De animatie. Oh, oh, maar. Nou, ik moet er volledig overheen. Dat is dan ook ja.
Mexicaano. Where Valerie plaats is wel heel erg goed, vooral machtig uit van Itakura, van wacht hij lang, maar wacht hij vooral op het gaatje, dan wordt koop gelaten wordt, ooit een heel klein gaatje en een hele kleine marge naar die tussen de benen te worden, pas precies net langs uitgestrekte hand, net voor de paal, voor deze spitsgoal. Van de man die zoveel scoorde in Noruega, of in de Eredivisie Noruega, bij de tienters. Ongelooflijk. En je kan het ook zien bij een opzet op de executie. Het is de beste die ik wel mag kijken. Dat is het helemaal achter. Bij de gang van het minuten. Ik denk dat het op heel erg snel uitgenomen. Combinatie. Samen.
doorgelopen. Als het van die kant komt aanmaken, dan kan het doorgelopen Canada. Canada. Voor Japan, vlak voor rust, de mensen echt van bijna. Dat is een kapitaal van de bal. De mannen mensen gaan worden. Die ook zijn er niet. Maar we moeten.
Achoo! Ah,
Dat kan dus niet in de tweede helft van de mensen die zo'n industrie maken. Ik stond het echt leuk met de winnaar. En als je echt wat in de tweede helft wel gaat winnen. En de rust trouwens, bij de verder. Gewoon samenkomen. Van Nederland tegen Zweden. De andere wedstrijd die we deze echt de wedstrijd die van Nederland.